Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to another Pewter Game Day. It's the Pewter pregame show on the Pewter Report YouTube TV channel. I'm John Ledyard from pewterreport.com. With me to open this show is Paul Atwell from pewterreport.com. And we're excited about a Bucs Divisional Playoff Game against the Los Angeles Rams, and the Bucs are hosting this one. So at Raymond James Stadium, a home playoff game once again for the Tampa Buccaneers. And man, they're going to need any advantage they could get that comes with it, because as we're going to see in a second when we go over the injuries, they are a little bit depleted. But Paul, I know you woke up a little bit early for this one. You're ready, right? Your blood's boiling. You're ready to go.
Oh, lots of nervous energy. I woke up at like 5:15 a.m., tried going back to sleep, just wasn't happening. I'm nervous. I'm excited. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, big game, obviously, for the Bucs, for Brady. There's talk today, mostly starting, I guess, the last couple of days about will Brady retire. We'll get into all that on the pregame show, and you'll have a couple of different Pewter reporters dropping in to give their thoughts as well. But as always, the Pewter Report pregame show is brought to you by our friends over at Celsius. Celsius powers active lives every day with essential functional energy. The best tasting energy drink out there, folks. Celsius energy drink, the sparkling wild berry, essential energy, accelerates metabolism, burns body fat, and it comes in a ton of great flavors with no sugar. It's like a cheat code that they figured out, to be honest. The way that they get all these flavors to taste amazing without using sugar and giving you a lot of things that your body needs. It gives you the energy boost without the crash. It's terrific stuff. You can find them in all these flavors. Celsius.com. Use the store locator to find out where they are near you. Or you can go click on the banner ads at pewterreport.com, use Amazon, and get the subscribe and save option where they're coming to you regularly for a discount price, and you get hooked on these things pretty quick, and it's really good for you too. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about the fast protein bars as well, speaking of things that are good for you here, because Celsius also has these fast protein bars. And right now you can get a percentage off, 20% off on Amazon with the promo code 20FASTSTART. The white chocolate cookies and cream and the caramel peanut crunch. Both flavors are outstanding. Best tasting protein bar, honestly, that I have ever tasted. And you can get them 20% off on Amazon right now. That promo code is 20FASTSTART. That's all you got to do. 20FASTSTART. Order these, get a percentage off. It's great stuff. It's a great deal. And you won't be sorry you did it either. They're very, very great tasting protein bars as well. All right, Paul, while we have you here, we are going to jump into the schematics of this for a couple minutes. I know you've got to run, but we're going to jump into the schematics of this matchup a little bit and talk about them. First, let's go through the injuries just so people are caught up on everything. For the Rams, this has kind of been swept under the rug a little bit because the Rams are really banged up too. It's not just the Bucs. People have talked about the Bucs injuries. We've obviously talked about the Bucs injuries all week, but the Rams are kind of banged up in this one too. Colin says, got a peach vibe in hand, Brady jersey on. Let's have a day, boys. Let's have a day. Let's hope that we do, Colin. Thanks for the chat there and the shout out. Andrew Whitworth, the Rams left tackle, is out of this game. Robert Woods also was out, I think, about 3/4 of the way into the regular season. He suffered a knee injury that ended his season. More recently, Taylor Rapp with a concussion and Jordan Fuller, who's out for the season. Both of those players, the Rams starting safeties, are out for this game as well. Terrell Lewis, a rotational edge rusher, the guy that actually had the hit on Rob Gronkowski that broke his ribs, he's out for this game. He's inactive. And Sebastian Joseph Day, the run-stuffing nose tackle, remains on injured reserve. I believe Joseph Day, Ernest Jones, one of their linebackers, and Robert Rochelle, all three who had played at least rotationally for the Rams, are on the designated return, but I don't believe any were activated for today's game, according to me looking at the Rams website. So unless they forgot to report it on themselves, those guys are out for this game as well. For the Bucs, Chris Godwin, Antonio Brown, who's gone now, Cyril Grayson, Brashad Perryman, all out for this game. 4 of the Bucs' top most 6 productive wide receivers on the team this season are out for this game. It is Mike Evans, Tyler Johnson, and Scotty Miller, with John Brown active for this game, for his first game as a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Tristan Wirfs, the right tackle, it will not play either. Wirfs, it was always a pipe dream to go with that high ankle sprain on his right foot. It was going to be a long shot, folks. We tried to kind of indicate that all week. Obviously, he's trying to gut through it. The fact that he was out there on Friday itself was pretty crazy, giving it a shot. But this was always a little bit of a long shot for sure. So Josh Wells will likely get the start at right tackle today. And Ronald Jones is out as well for this game. So Ronald Jones so the Bucs will be Leonard Fournette active, obviously, yesterday. So he'll play. We'll see how much. The Bucs have said we're not activating him until he's ready to be the guy again. So I'd assume he's the guy today, and Giovanni Bernard and Keyshawn Vaughn will back him up as Le'Veon Bell was waived yesterday to make room for Fournette to return to the active roster. Okay, Paul, let's jump into this one from a schematic standpoint, and then we'll get into some more of the each side of the ball a little bit when JC joins the show in a little bit. But you and I have talked a lot about the defensive approach and how big this game is for Todd Bowles. Yes, for the head coaching rumors is part of it. His playoff reputation has kind of been this guy that figures things out at that level. It's been a strong one, especially after watching last season. But the challenging thing here now is the Rams offense and Sean McVay, who have really wrecked him. And as Dominic says, John, it's easy, just score 1 point because the Bucs are undefeated at home when they score a point. Obviously, their only loss being to the Saints. But defensively, you've got to also keep the Rams from scoring, as we know. And that's been a pretty big challenge for Todd Bowles when he's gone against McVay. What do you see as the remedies, Paul?
Man, it is tough. Like, I would love to just come here and say, this is the answer. It's easy if they do this. To me, when I think about like an easy answer, I always think about the Saints game from last year's divisional round. It was play cover one, force Brees to throw deep. And that's exactly what they did, and they won. Not so easy against these guys. I mean, I went back and watched that tape, and honestly, Bowles had a better game plan than I remembered. And a lot of what he did made sense. The issues, though, there were a couple of issues that stand out. But like, for one, the Bucs did a good job in man coverage. Like, when you actually look at their coverage, the DBs, they did a good job. The numbers are not good. And that's because of self-inflicted mistakes, pre-snap penalties, miscommunications after the snap, getting in each other's way, not handling picks well. But I think the one big difference when it comes to man coverage that they got to make is last time, and when they do play man, what they mostly do is play cover one, and then they blitz. So they send 5 pass rushers. There's 1 high safety, man across the board, no zone defenders in the middle. What they got to do instead, you talked about this in Bucs briefing, they got to play cover one and play a hole player or a robber. So you have the deep safety and you have a zone player taking over everything underneath in the middle. And you got to play more 2-man. So 2 high safeties, man coverage across the board. The Bucs did that a handful of times in week 3. Stafford was 2 for 6. And for the whole season, Stafford's not been great against 2-man. They got to get a lot more defensive reps of that coverage this time around if they're going to do better.
And, 2-man is probably not as commonly used to coverage in the NFL as some of the more common ones that we discussed, like cover 3, cover 4, cover 2, cover 1. We talk about those ones and everybody kind of knows what those are. But 2-man, when you're playing 2 deep safety and you're playing man underneath, it isn't heavily utilized coverage. But against somebody like Stafford, because he's not really this huge mobile threat or anything like that, it gives you a higher likelihood of being good with it defensively, being productive with it defensively. Also, he'll put the ball into a tight space. So if you got man cover, he's not going to stand back there and hold it all day, knowing Stafford. More than anything, if you can get him to hold it a little bit longer, great. But he wants to get the ball out of his hand. He's not one of these quarterbacks that hangs on to it and takes a ton of sacks. He wants to get the ball out of his hand. And if you're playing good, tight coverage, even if the pass rush isn't necessarily getting home, and they've got to get home a little bit, especially with Whitworth out, but I think it ups your potential for a turnover too. Wouldn't you say, Paul?
When you're trying to look for that big play?
Just in general, I think with the Rams, with the Bucs trying to play tighter coverage, Stafford is going to try and make some of those throws. And so if you can do it well, obviously, I think he's going to put some on you that you got a chance to make a play.
Yeah, and you saw some of that the first time around, right? He will put the ball in danger. And here's kind of like one of the really surprising parts when you go back and watch that game as well is that the Bucs played a lot of 2 high coverages, like match quarters and stuff like that. And they blitzed a lot less than they normally do. And think about the way that teams usually pass against the Bucs. It's quick into the flats, quick underneath stuff. That's not what the Rams did. They went big game hunting, like shot play after shot play, keeping in those tight ends to chip in empty sets, and then going for those big posts, those big corners. And remember, they had opportunities to connect on more than they did. Like, there were wide open passes down the field that Stafford missed. So it's such a unique challenge because one, obviously the Rams are such a threat offensively, and they really forced the Bucs to get out of their element, play differently than they normally do. Recall that Bowles blitzed a lot less last time as well than he normally does. But then at the same time, like, even when you adjust fairly appropriately, they still just create these massive splash opportunities. So Bowles has to bring it. The players ultimately got to bring it more than anything, though. They got to execute better, clean up the mistakes. And I think playing in Tampa is going to have an effect on that. One other thing that I forgot about week 3 was how loud it was in LA. Bucs had a ton of pre-snap communication issues, even on offense, especially on offense.
7 penalties,
Yeah, and it's going to make a difference.
Right. I agree with you on that. And I also think having better players on the field, like that's what you have. I mean, Sean Murphy-Bunting will play in this game, and we'll see whether that's a pro or con. But Jamel Dean was knocked out of the last game, I believe, before the Rams scored their first point. So not having him for that game was really tough. They played Ross Cockrell and Dee Delaney for most of that game. Those guys have not even really been on the field defensively, and as long as it's been a competitive game in recent weeks. So you have Carlton Davis, Jamel Dean, Sean Murphy-Bunting. Really, you have your entire starting defense, unless something happens before kickoff here, God forbid. You have the entire starting defense on the field for the first snap together this season. If people remember, Jordan Whitehead missed week 1. Obviously, Sean Murphy-Bunting was hurt in week 1. Other players are hurt as well in the following weeks, and they have not played a full snap as a starting defense. Going into the year, they brought everybody back. They knew who their starting defense was going to be. They have not played a snap together as a starting defense until what I assume would be around 3 o'clock today, if that defense is out there together and nothing has happened between me saying these words and that kickoff. We've come close a couple of times. They haven't all been out there. And so it's getting pretty close to being that moment for the Bucs defense. If this team is going to win today, it feels like that unit has to be great, Paul, because on the other side of the ball, you've got an offense that, while I think you and I have watched that Rams game and said, man, schematically, like, they honestly did fine against the Rams last time. They dropped a couple balls they shouldn't have. I think you mentioned a touchdown. Then there was just maybe outside Gronkowicz. He could have reached it. He slowed down a little bit on his route. He dropped another big play down the field. He obviously got hurt in the game. No AB in the game. There were some challenges for them offensively. They still moved the ball really well. Brady threw for over 400 yards. There were really good things to take away schematically from how they attacked the Rams in that last matchup, but they weren't clean enough in terms of their execution, and ultimately it really came back to haunt them.
Yeah, and I think you just showed the Gronk drop touchdown. He reached out, got one hand on it, pulled it back, and then his other hand hit it, and then the ball hit his helmet and went flying out. So he actually got both hands on it. And then on the next drive, he had a deep fade ball that was just a couple inches past it. But yeah, game plan wise, overall, I thought what the Bucs did made a lot of sense to exploit the Rams. Like, they did a good job of creating underneath space. So John, you've talked about and written about, and even talked to Brady about the Rams match coverages and what that does. So what Bowles did a good job of is, if the Rams are playing zone, they carry their guys vertical in a lot of situations. So what Bowles would do is, okay, we have 3 receivers on this side. The 2 outside guys are going to have like a vertical route, like maybe a dig. And then the underneath guy, he's going to have tons of space to work there, because those defenders that are supposed to be zoning there, they went up the field. They also, what they would do is, 3 receivers on one side, all of them go vertical on some sort of route, and then a crosser comes from the opposite side underneath, because again, zone match coverage, those guys are going to carry vertical, tons of space underneath. And Brady, he played great. I mean, a couple of small things you can nitpick, got a little happy feet here and there, but overall just tremendous pocket movement, great delivery, great timing.
Probably made some of his most big time throws of the season in that game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some incredible throws. So there's a lot positive or that you can look at in terms of positives on the offense. It's just that now it's a different situation where not only have the Rams added Von Miller, 2 of your best guys on your offensive line are hurt. One of them is not playing, and you're out your best weapons. So the margin of error just got that much smaller, and the defense has a lot on their hands. So really, the offense has to treat this like it's going to be a shootout. And then on the other side, the defense just has to have their best game of the year.
Last question before I get you out of here. Jalen Ramsey, Mike Evans, do you think they pair up all game? Is this one of the rare true shadow situations, or is this like a just situational shadowing red zone stuff? How do you see that matchup playing out?
I think, so we talked about this a little bit. I think overall too much is made of shadowing. It's just not as feasible as it's made to sound out to be. But Ramsey is one of the rare guys who can do it if the Rams choose to do it, because he can play that nickel, that star position. He can play on the outside. They use him in both situations. The tricky thing is this: if you're playing zone like the Rams do on the vast majority of their snaps, and you want him to shadow Evans, that means he's playing a different zone, and you're not going to know which zone he's playing until the Bucs line up. So that makes it really hard. Like for instance, he might be the cloud corner on the outside, or maybe he's the hook flat player, right? And what does that mean for the Bucs? That means they can go up tempo, use motion so that their alignment is changing last minute, last second, and then the Rams are having to make checks on every single play. Oh, suddenly you're audibling. Okay, Ramsey, you have a different assignment now. That is a lot to ask. So it's really hard to shadow that way. I think it'll be more situational, John, but then what that means for the Bucs also is that on that first drive, they got to probe. They got to figure out, okay, move Evans around. What does Ramsey do? So now, right off the bat on the opening drive, figure out what all the answers are. Figure out what the Rams are going to do, and then from there, game plan accordingly, because strategically, whether or not Ramsey shadows is going to have a big effect on your own play calling, and you got to figure it out early, and you got to get it going.
Yeah, Rams would need to switch to a more man coverage heavy approach for it to be a true shadow type of day, I think, from Ramsey. If they don't,
what they do.
Right. And they play less snaps in man coverage and less snaps from a press alignment, both of those things, than any other team in the NFL. So it would be a change deviation. Even if they play this aggressive matchup zone, I still think it's just unlikely that you see Ramsey and Evans head to head. Will they change it up and go like 40% man coverage? I think if they did, it could go a long way toward him. We'll see if they do that or not. Raheem Morris has kind of done his thing before. Brady's actually put up really good numbers over the years against Raheem Morris. Obviously, he's got two of the best defensive players in the league, maybe the two best defensive players, and other good ones too. So that changes a lot of things for sure. But it's still going to be a massive challenge with the guys the Bucs are down. But Brady kind of knows his defense, and you could see last time, even in week 3, he was figuring some things out about how to attack them. And Rams, frankly, were healthier at that point than they are now as a defense, as I mentioned some of the injuries. So some reason for optimism there for sure. And then Gronkowski, I think it could be a huge day for Gronkowski. We'll talk more about that as we do it with JC and Paul. Appreciate you jumping on here, man. This was awesome. Great to get your insights and your thoughts. Enjoy this one. I know we will catch back up with you later. Let's bring in JC Allen now, and we'll get JC's thoughts on this one. JC, as we talk about Rob Gronkowski, obviously you being around him in the New England area, you kind of know how his playoff performances go and how this the time of year where he and Brady, even though they've dominated all year, they tend to make some pretty special memories for whatever fan base is rooting for them. And this is the kind of game that on paper, JC, he can win. Like in this matchup, he was winning last time outside of dropping a pass down the field, and he had another shot at one in the red zone. It might have been after his injury, just couldn't quite reel it in. It wasn't necessarily his best game, and he was still doing some really good things, had over 50 yards receiving, and honestly probably had 50 more or so out there and a touchdown out there, and then also was battling through an injury. There was a potential for him to do a lot more damage in that game than he ended up doing.
Yeah, I think, it's a double-edged sword because Gronk is so good, and they really don't at linebacker, at safety. They don't have an answer to match up with him one-on-one. But the problem now with Tristan Wirfs being out is how often is he going to be able to go out there and be effective as that player? How often is he going to have to stay in and block for that extra second? So if they can find a way, if Josh Wells can play the game of his life and they don't need him to stay in and block and chip as much, I think – I know, John, a lot to ask. I think he can have a really big game. It's also, getting Lenny back is huge because, pass blocking was not really his forte. And it's still not. He's still not amazing at it, but he's really picked it up. So just to have him back as well, to be able to, if you need to send Gronk out or Gronk, doesn't have to chip or design plays, you'll be able to get him out there and have Lenny pick up an extra guy coming in. So, he's got to have a game. I think not only him, both tight ends. I think Cam Brate has to have a game too. Yeah. You can't be relying on guys like Scotty Miller, who's had 10 targets all season, and, John Brown and these guys, you got Cam Brate's got to go out there and he's got a ball. He's got to be the Cam Brate who had like 25 touchdowns in his first four seasons in the NFL. So I think between him and Gronk, those are where you're going to go probably see a lot of 2 tight end sets. And I think those guys are going to have to really just ball out when they get their opportunities. They're going to bring the ball down. And I think that's, going to be a huge part of the game plan today.
Yeah, for sure. We appreciate this $5 super chat from Cameron about the Bucs winning and keeping up the great work. We appreciate that, Cameron, and appreciate you tuning in. Everybody, honestly, tuning in as well for this show. If you're on here and you have seen us before, awesome. You're probably already subscribed, and we appreciate it. If you're not, hit that subscribe button to the Pewter Report TV YouTube channel. And also, if you could, hit the like button on our videos. That helps us out a ton. It boosts our YouTube SEO. It spreads this thing out. More people see it and brings more people to our platform. So we really appreciate if y'all can hit the like button, give us that thumbs up on YouTube, and help boost our SEO there. And so we're kind of getting out to more people, and we're able to continue to grow and expand the show. That means a lot to us. So thank you ahead of time for that from all of you. And if you have super chats, send them, fire away, and we will try to answer as many as we can if you have some questions for us. You mentioned Gronkowski there, JC, and I think it's a good point. Arians, I thought it was interesting this week. He pointed out basically, he's too valuable to us in the passing game to use him a lot in pass protection. So that indicated to me Arians isn't much of a trickster when it comes to he's not very, he just kind of says what he's going to do. I don't think you'll see Gronk in pass pro that much, but I bet you do see some 12 personnel, some play action, and the Bucs really are going to have to they want to be able to run the football efficiently. I don't think with Arians you're ever going to get them running a ton, which obviously is a big reason why they're here, is that they're a pass heavy team. But when they do it, can you do it efficiently? Everybody's kind of going back to, they didn't run the ball at all against the Rams last time. Well, okay, that's true for the 6 carries that they actually tried to run it when the game was in a neutral spot. They just didn't try to run it very often, nor, because Tom Brady threw for 400 some yards. Passing was successful. Schematically, they left plays on the field. Throwing the ball, things that they wanted were there. This wasn't a Saints game where they were super confused and could not get going and guys couldn't get open. This was an execution error game offensively. We'll see how today goes. They obviously want to run the football more efficiently than they did against LA last time, where Tom Brady was the leading rusher, and really they just couldn't get anything going in the few carries that they had for Rojo and Leonard Fournette. Fournette back for this game, no Rojo. Giovanni Bernard will be out there. Le'Veon Bell waived to make room for Leonard Fournette. Keyshawn Vaughn will be available. So those 3 guys look like they're going to be the ones. Do you think Fournette goes back to being the feature guy, JC, or are we going to see a good bit of Giovanni Bernard?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a pitch count or anything for Fournette. I think at this point in the game, you're going against one of the most talented teams left in the NFL, and you can't take that chance to put him on a snap restriction of any kind. He's going to have to come back in and be playoff Lenny right away, right up the bat. As you said, efficient runs. They don't have to run it a ton. He's got to be excellent in pass pro when they leave him in, and he's got to, bring the ball down. Something he did at an amazing, 69 catches for the season. So, he finished the team with the third most receptions. He's got to continue to do that because there's going to be instances. You mentioned, I love how you brought up fast bars, because I feel like the word fast is the key to this Bucs offense today, right? You have to get off to a fast start, obviously. I think up tempo is going to be huge. So, keeping the movement fast, but also getting the ball out fast. Brady has done an amazing job of getting the ball out quickly. He had the quickest release of almost every quarterback this season, except for your boy, Big Ben. And last week got it out.
That was because he was basically long handoffs, but go ahead.
Yeah, 2.17 seconds against that. And fortunately enough for the Bucs, I think that plays in, especially with a bunch of guys out, plays into what they can do best, is get rid of the ball out quickly. The Rams have really struggled this year against quick passes. Short passes to the middle, they've allowed the highest completion rate in the NFL. Also ranked 28th in average gain, allowing 7.9 yards on short passes to the middle. Quick passes, short passes to the left and right, the Rams have allowed at least 68.2 completion percentage. So there's definitely room for them to take advantage of getting the ball out quickly. Brady has been doing it at an amazing clip this year. He's got he leads the NFL with 24 touchdowns on quick passes. And fortunately for this Bucs team, the Rams have allowed more passing yards on quick passes than anybody else in the league. So, you look at what he's able to do and how he's able to read the field at such an amazing rate and get the ball out and go through his progressions and find the open guy like that. Right. That's going to be a huge key, especially with Wirfs out.
Yeah, no question. Josh, to you with the $10 super chat. Thanks, Josh. As always, guys, how successful Rams against the screen game and against backs as a part of the pass game? Could that be a part of Tampa Bay's path to success? You kind of just laid that out, JC, and answered that question for him a little bit. And that's going to be the other element of this. How often can the Rams avoid situations where the Rams are going to be able to tee off and send pressure? And when they do it, when they show it, and the Bucs are right, how often, how does that chess game work in terms of Raheem Morris and Tom Brady? We're scheming it up, we're coming, oh, you audible, now we're dropping out and we're covering for the screen. You saw the Titans do that on a play yesterday against the Bengals. So there's those kind of elements that the Bucs are going to have to try and get in the right plays when they sense pressure coming, and they're going to have to do it to make it hard for the Rams to adjust to. So that's where I think it's going to be tricky in terms of the chess match. Can Brady basically get out of bad looks late enough in the play clock where he can still communicate it, but the Rams can't maybe change and counter what he's doing as much. So we'll see how those mind games play out. But the screen game could be a big part of this. Josh mentions how good they are against the screen game. I don't think it's like they're the worst team in the league against the screen game or anything. I didn't look at a specific stat, but it tends to be fluid game to game with most teams, the screen game. Like you get caught on a look, and that's how you get burnt in the screen game. So that's why I mentioned the chess match before the snap. I think that's going to play a critical role in this thing as well. I agree with you about Fournette. Could be a big opportunity for him to make plays. How rusty is he? How focused is he coming out? We've seen both sides of Fournette over the years. He was having such a good season, and he was starting to be consistent for the first time in a long time. Man, if he can pick up where he left off, JC, I feel really good about the way he can contribute to this offense. I have no clue what to expect in terms of that because he has been kind of a little bit of a seesaw player, especially when it comes to the passing game in his career. So how quickly can he get back to where he was? That's going to be a big question for the Bucs offense going into this game. So they still have some guys, but they're hurting at receiver. No Cyril Grayson, no Brashad Perryman, and we don't know what Perryman's status is going to be. They didn't put him on IR, but he's got like a torn muscle in his side. Yeah, Bruce Arians was saying that sounds like it's going to be hard for him to work through. And so it's Mike Evans really today. It's going to be a lot of Mike Evans. They're going to try and take advantage of as many opportunities to Mike Evans as they can. Tyler Johnson, Scotty Miller will probably start in this game, and then you'll see John Brown and Jalen Darden for chunks of this game. That is where they are at. It's funny. Scotty was a playoff hero last time. Could there be a hero moment in this game? It has not been the season that he hoped to have, but he had the fumble recovery that kind of swung the game last week, and he had a good run where he got down in bounds, and he's had the touchdown run at the end of the regular season. And so there has been a little Scotty spark, even if it hasn't necessarily been as a receiver lately. So X factor for this game for the Bucs offensively, JC, before we flip the script.
I think it's Lenny. I think it's got to be Lenny as a player. Mike's going to have some Jalen Ramsey. He's going to have some opportunities to get open, but he's going to have some difficult matchups as well. Especially, I love the question you asked Tom about how aggressive these guys pattern match in a zone coverage that basically turns into a man coverage the way they play it. So, I think Gronk's going to have a big game, but I think Lenny's going to be the X factor, whether that's in pass pro, whether that's running the ball efficiently, or whether that's catching balls consistently out of the backfield. If he can't get going and can't be the guy that we remember from the playoffs last year, I think the Bucs are really going to struggle in this game. They've got to have guys step up too. Tyler Johnson's got to step up. Scotty's got to step up. These guys Cam Brate, like I mentioned, these guys have to step up. But if anyone's got to step up the most, I think it's going to have to be Lenny.
Yeah, I agree with Lenny. It's a big spotlight on him in this game. By the way, Matt Matera, who's at the stadium for us, said Ryan Jensen just ran onto the field. So good sign for the Bucs. Obviously, he's active. So they've been expecting him to play, I think, and it seems like he's in good spirits, ready to go for this one. Scott reminds me also that Scotty Miller got hurt in week 3 too at the beginning of that game. So they were without AB, and then Scotty Miller also got hurt at the beginning of that game. So they were without him for a lot of that game too. Tyler Johnson actually had one of his better games of the year in that one against the Rams. And so, yeah, we'll see how those players ended up playing out. Okay, a couple situations defensively here. It's all about Cooper Kupp, right? That's where the Rams offense starts and ends. Has greater production against the Bucs in his career in 3 games. In 3 games against Todd Bowles, JC, than he does in 7 career games against the 49ers. More yards against the Bucs. That's how productive he has been in terms of average yards per game. Of all the teams Kupp has played in his career that he's played more than 1 game against, he averages more yards per game against the Bucs than any other team in the league. So this is a massive challenge. He has destroyed them 3 straight times. Can they finally find an answer for him? Obviously, you can double him in some situations. He does play most of his snaps inside. He runs the full route tree, makes it very difficult. He's a very good route runner. He's very good at making contested catches as well. And they scheme him open extremely well. There's a reason when you have production like that, it's almost always 2 things. Like you're getting your production from schemed open targets, and you're getting your production because you're a beast, and he's both. Yeah. And so that makes the challenge for the Bucs defense really significant. It bears the question of how does the game plan start there, and how do you do it?
Yeah, it's got to. And I think you laid it out perfectly what they have to do. And you watch what the Cardinals would have done, and you mentioned even the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2019. You got to play 2 man. You got to bracket him. You have to have help at all levels, because he can do it at all levels. There's a reason why Bruce Arians compared him to Chris Godwin and said he's, probably one of the, the best most complete receivers in the game because that's just what he is. Now, you can say, well, they didn't have all these corners and, everything was, Jamel Dean was gone, Sean Murphy-Bunting, but they had those guys last year and Kupp still tore them up. So it's going to take concentration. It's going to take execution. That's my word of the day on defense is execution. I mean, I think, fast is on offense, execution's on defense because these guys will be put in the right position. I'm sure Bowles has a great game plan dialed up. And they have to go out there and execute it. Sean Murphy-Bunting's got to play his ass off. And if it's Antoine Winfield Jr. who's over top of him, he's got to make sure he's there and he's reading the correct plays to get it done. You mentioned that, they lost, obviously, Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean was out, but that was only Jordan Whitehead's second game back, too, from his injury and offseason surgery. So he's in a much better position right now, and he's been playing. I mean, John, remember when we talked about free agency? You still think he's not one of the top important one or two guys to bring back? So, I mean, he's just been playing at an incredible clip, too. So this secondary is together. OBJ versus Carlton Davis, I think you can shadow him for most of the game. And, we've seen Carlton take away, Devontae
very good receivers. Yeah.
Julio Jones, like the real Julio Jones, not this weird shell of what he's become, and like DeAndre Hopkins. So I think that starts over there. And then, it's all hands on deck with Cooper Kupp, whether that's Jamel Dean chipping in or whether that's Sean Murphy-Bunting, Antoine Winfield, Mike Edwards, whoever it is. As you mentioned, the offense goes through him. They do a great job of scheming him up. He's a beast of a player, and that's where you got to start, and that's where you got to stop with this offense.
Yeah. Part of it is just being able to play a guy that big inside and still get great production out of him because he's such a good route runner. They compare it to Chris Godwin, and that's true. I mean, we just don't see Chris Godwin like face number one corners that often because number one corners hardly ever play in the slot predominantly, especially on a team with other good receivers. And that's obviously what the Rams have and the Bucs have. So not only are they good players, but I think also both teams just the way that they play within the structure of these offenses gets those guys open against probably lesser competition than a number one quality corner. Not that they couldn't also do that. I think the Bucs have been adamant Godwin could, but he's so effective in the role that they have him in, why not use him in that role? And the Rams basically feel the same way about Kupp. Makes it difficult to say we're going to put one guy on you. Like it's not going to be Carlton Davis versus Cooper Kupp. Like I really do not see that happening. Kupp plays so much inside. Davis is such a better player outside. It's not a good matchup for him. They've tried it before. It just has not gone well. I think you've got it again, two-man. You've got to man him up with Sean Murphy-Bunting if he's in the slot, or Winfield or Edwards, whoever ends up playing the slot in this game. And then you've got to provide support and help as well, especially down the field. Yeah. You've got to have a plan like that. I don't think there's any way, especially third downs, I don't think there's any way one guy can take care of it. Alien says this game is too high of a level for Sean Murphy-Bunting. Mike Edwards is a better option. SMB is probably going to get carved up. I mean, there's the possibility that we get playoff Sean Murphy-Bunting where he made some plays, or we could get the Sean Murphy-Bunting we've seen through most of his career, who's been frankly disappointing. And so which version of him we'll get to, we don't know.
Bowles going to have to make adjustments, though, too. If Sean Murphy-Bunting's struggling, he's got to be okay to say, all right, Mike Edwards or Antoine Winfield even, you guys got to go in there and handle because he's having a hard time. But, John, who do you think played Cooper Kupp on the scout team? Because the Bucs don't even have anyone on their roster or practice squad, just even, capable of replicating what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because they're even showing it actually now on the NBC pregame show. I'm seeing it. I'm not even hearing the audio. I'm just seeing it and kind of deducing what they're talking about. They're showing the Cardinals, for all the way you want to rip on them about what they did the last game, they actually had a good game plan for Kupp. They cut him on a lot of situations. Anything in breaker, they had a safety kind of Kupp step in and cut him. And then they had a corner bracketing him like on the outside, and they played it that way. And it's a good scheme when they can do it. Obviously, late in the game, he still made a couple of catches when the game was kind of out of reach and they were switching what they were doing to try and blitz and make a splash play. But early in the game, they held him in check for a lot of the game, held him like 30-some yards until the very end of the game. And so it was a good plan. The Bucs would be wise to copy some of those aspects of the plan. The tricky part was the Rams got enough splash plays. They got a big one from OBJ when they freed him up on the concept where he got free for the deep shot. And then he made a play in the red zone as well for the touchdown. There was a great play. And so they got those two plays from him, and they got the big one from Jefferson on the crosser. So the other guys, who are your other guys? For the Cardinals, they just have not had other guys at corner. The Bucs have Carlton and Jamel Dean, who won't be playing inside. So they have better outside corners than Arizona has. So again, those guys got to play to their potential. Davis is going to have his hands full with OBJ, but it's definitely a big question mark for sure. Harrison with the $5 super chat. Do you think Havenstein will move to left tackle? Will we see Shaq Barrett lined up against Whitworth's backup? Love the pod. Thank you, Harrison. We appreciate the super chat. I don't think Havenstein will move. They'll keep Joe Noteboom at left tackle. He's been one of the better backup left tackles in the NFL when he's had to play. or wherever he's had to play for their offensive line, honestly. And I think you'll see Shaq Barrett some against him. Yes, it would be pretty foolish, in my opinion, of Bulls not necessarily to note that. No, I think it is note boom, Scott. Scott texted me, it's note bloom. I think it is. I'm pretty sure it's note boom. So we'll have Scott on here in a second. We'll argue about how his last name should be said. I'm pretty sure it's boom. But if it's Bloom, we're gonna have a whole nother conversation about Joe No Boom.
There's either an L or there's not an L, and that's what hopefully the Rams will be getting, no matter what his name is today.
Yes, there you go. Good segue there. Appreciate that, JC. Get that L one way or the other. Let's go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think this goes without saying, other than Kupp is obviously huge. You got these guys, and it segues into that question. You got to get pressure. You got to get pressure. You got to get it with 4. Most of Stafford's mistakes this year have come when it's 4 or less sending pressure. He's been phenomenal against the blitz. Like his passer rating is 141.8, which is the highest since 2016 in the next gen stats era. He's just been amazing. But when you're sending less than that and you're getting pressure and you're getting home, some of this Bucs team we know they can do because they did in the Super Bowl. Yeah. He's thrown 16 of his 17 interceptions. So that's a way to rattle him and play. Obviously, they've got great secondary play. They've got great linebackers if Devin White decides to show up today. And there's plenty of room for them to get turnovers and cause mistakes from Stafford. So it's all about, first off, you got to stop Kupp because good protection, we know, in coverage helps the pass rush. And then after that, you got to get home and you got to wrap up, tackle. That's
a big part of this. Yep. Tackling and not allowing yards after the catch. It's been a struggle for both these teams, actually. And so we'll see who can do it better today. JC, we appreciate the insights as always. We're going to bring Scott Reynolds in here to talk about some of the matchups to watch in this game and some of his thoughts on that. But first, we got a message from our friends over at Muni Financial.
At Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Muni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
That's right. We got to get to Colorado, don't we? Before we do that, though, we got to play some football today. And you can manage your family's wealth, and that means more to Muni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. 40 years of experience in the Tampa Bay area. Let Muni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Do what I did. Call the folks over at Muni Financial at 1-800-868-6864 or visit amuni.com like I did. I am a client, not just an advertising partner with the Muni Financial. And let them handle your finances and your assets like they have for me. You'll be greatly appreciative of that. John, how are we doing today? Happy
Good.
football.
Doing well. I'm tense. I'm ready for this game.
I know, right? Exactly.
These 3:00 starts are killing me, Scott.
It is. We appreciate all of the viewers we have in there. And yes, hit the like button and hit subscribe too. We appreciate that as well. What that does is that helps our algorithm on YouTube. So it gets us in front of other Buccaneer fans and lets more people find out about the Pewter Report podcast, which let's put it this way, if you're a new viewer, if you're seeing this on Facebook or Twitter, you're watching the live stream on YouTube, this is your first time. We have Pewter Report podcasts all the way through the off season as well. Typically Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays at 4:00. And certainly we have Pewter Game Day coming up shortly here, where John Ledger is going to be entertaining and informing you all about the Bucs Rams game. So stay tuned for that. It's going to happen right after the Pewter pregame show winds down. So, John, this is a game full of intriguing matchups.
It is full. Can I ask you about something before the matchups even start?
Yes.
Bertie Manuel. This game has conjured up a lot of memories for Bucs fans from the Bertie Manuel Rams game and the catch that wasn't. And I just am curious, like, do you recall that? Like, what? Just your impressions? Obviously, you recall it, but
yes,
just how you correlate. Obviously, they have nothing in common, but I know Bucs fans have discussed it all week, and I just thought we could spend maybe a minute on it. That'd be cool.
Sure. Yeah. What I remember about that game is a couple things. Right. It was the greatest show on turf. Versus the Bucs' vaunted defense in 1999, and that was that was a much better time for NFL football, in my opinion, because you had the enforcer safeties. You had John Lynch in Tampa Bay. You had guys like Steve Atwater, that just ruled the center of the field and hit anything that moved. That was what John Lynch was told by Herm Edwards, the defensive backs coach. Hit anything that moves. And Torrey Holt, I think, got knocked out of that game or hurt in that game, and the Buccaneers defense really took it to Kurt Warner. I mean, this was in St. Louis, and it was a game that they had less than 2 touchdowns on the board. The touchdown that they ended up getting was a touchdown, like a fade pass to Ricky Prohl, who Brian Kelly was in his second season at cornerback, second-round pick in 1998. And he was drafted because they didn't think Rondé Barber was going to turn into anything, right? So you had Brian Kelly matched up on Ricky Prohl. And the thing is that's one of those plays where I can get my hand on the screen. This is Prohl's outstretched hand to catch the ball. And this is Brian Kelly about literally an inch short. If his fingers were an inch longer, it would have been a pass breakup. It was a perfectly thrown pass by Kurt Warner. It was perfect coverage by Brian Kelly. He literally couldn't play it any better. It just was one of those things. Perfect pass beats perfect coverage in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Then you had the infamous drive where Bert Emanuel, was it a catch? Was it not a catch from Sean King? That's one of the most talked about plays. And to me, that play really messed up the NFL, because that was kind of the juncture where we didn't know what a catch was anymore. And we still see that to this day, even with instant replay sometimes. It's just ridiculous. We don't know what a catch is anymore. Like, for example, I'm watching that interception yesterday, and I'm thinking the nose of the ball is touching the ground.
But he looks like he has control of it.
It doesn't matter. The ball's touching the ground. That should be incomplete, right? I mean, that shouldn't matter. It's one thing to have your hand underneath the ball, and then the ball touches the ground. That's one thing. But when the nose of the ball is scraping against the ground and you have control over it, that's an incomplete pass to me. So I still, to this day, here we are decades later after the Bert Emanuel catch.
Well, hopefully we have none of those controversies in today's game.
Yes.
We know we'll have tons of great matchups to watch, though, in this game. And I know you've highlighted a bunch of them in your fab this week. And if we start just with the Bucs, what do you want to start on the offensive side of the ball? Obviously, we've talked about it some with Paul, but Evans versus Jalen Ramsey. I mean, this is kind of the will they, won't they be matched up? They were in 2020. They weren't earlier this year, really hardly at all.
Well, listen, it made perfect sense.
Zone defense, so
it made perfect sense not to match up Jalen Ramsey against Mike Evans, right? Because you had Chris Godwin that game. You had Scotty Miller still in that game at the time till he got hurt, but you had Rob Gronkowski. So the Buccaneers had a wide array of weapons, even without Antonio Brown. So it made perfect sense for Jalen Ramsey to play in the slot against Chris Godwin, which I think that was probably a better matchup for Ramsey. And Godwin didn't go off. He had a touchdown in that game, but it was a rushing touchdown. But this is one of those games, and listen, you have to give new defensive coordinator Raheem Morris credit, because he really kind of kept Brandon Staley's defense intact. It's a 3-4 scheme. Raheem Morris grew up on a 4-man front, cover 2 principles, et cetera, et cetera. But when Raheem Morris was defensive coordinator in Tampa Bay, he would play what's called cat coverage. You know what cat coverage is, John? You got that cat, you got that cat, you got that cat, right? And I wouldn't be surprised, because he did this with Aqib Talib. Aqib Talib was the cat cover guy. Would you only have Mike Evans and then just everybody else at wide receiver? This is Mike and the Miracles we're talking about here. If you don't put your better player, Jalen Ramsey, on Mike Evans majority of the time, that's not going to be all the time, not going to be every snap, but if you don't do that, I think you're doing a disservice to your defense. So we'll see how often this happens. It would go against what the Rams have done. But you know what, John? Todd Bowles went against what he did last year in the Super Bowl, which is play a bunch of cover 2. And that was the right call against the Chiefs. So sometimes these coordinators, they have to stray away from what they do just to make it work and have it make sense. So we'll see about that. But listen, and the same thing, too, with their second matchup, John. Ali Marpet versus Aaron Donald. It's not going to be an every down matchup, right? Donald is a chess piece that Raheem Morris will use. We'll see him out there at defensive end against Josh Wells at times too, won't we?
Gulp. Yes, we probably will, Scott. We'll see him all over the defensive line for the Rams. No question about that. They move him around. He'd be a 15 sack a year guy as an edge player, obviously. Like he's the best that there is. He's one of the few players I can ever say that whenever he goes up against the best on the other side of the line of scrimmage, it typically still isn't close. Like that's what's so amazing about watching him, is that the matchup really doesn't matter much for Aaron Donald. It's all about how you scheme and how quickly you get the ball out. Obviously, the Bucs have did some good things. Honestly, last time that they played Aaron Donald, I know he had the sack and the forced fumble, but that's like, honestly, you're like, if that's all he does, then obviously that was a game-changing play. But you feel almost good if you're coming out of the game and he only has one sack, don't you, Scott?
There's no doubt about it. And really, I think Ali Marpet did not have a good game at all. Probably one of his worst games of the year out there in LA, according to Pro Football Focus. But it really wasn't because of Aaron Donald. Donald had several pressures. Some of those were on against Marpet. Mm-hmm. But, you're going to see Alex Kappa go against Aaron Donald, who I think that actually ended up being more of the matchup that the Rams used in week 3. But listen, that's a long time ago. So things change. And you're right. We will see Aaron Donald all over the field.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you an idea, Scott, of where he was last game, 11 snaps at left defensive tackle, 11 snaps at right defensive tackle, 12, actually probably 23 snaps at left defensive end. So either as a left out stand-up guy or the stand down. And so that's over Josh Wells. We'll see him there
against Rob Gronkowski.
Yeah. And he had 15 on the right side, 15 snaps on the outside the tackle on the right side. So you are it's basically maybe a little bit more over the right tackle than anywhere else last time. And we'll see what a lot of that had to do with the games they were running, where he was actually attacking Kappa after he lined up out there. But that's what you're going to see from there. You're going to see them attack Kappa and Wells with Donald and Vaughn most of this game.
Yeah. Well, and actually, I think you're going to see Leonard I keep saying that. Leonard Floyd. And Aaron Donald run some games on that left side, because I think those are their two most dangerous pass rushers. We saw Von Miller a lot on the right side. That's where he got a sack against the Cardinals last week. So I expect to see him going up against Donovan Smith quite a bit. Both these running backs, you've got that's supposed to be Giovanni Bernard. I put Barnett in there. But Fournette and Bernard versus the Rams linebackers. I think this is going to be a situation where, if you look at the Rams' weaknesses, John, it's really the inside linebackers. And it's interesting because one of those guys, Kenny Young, who had a phenomenal game against the Buccaneers, shutting down the run with 3 tackles for loss. He had 10 tackles in that game, and he had a sack on Tom Brady. He's gone. They traded him to Denver. And so now you're left with a couple of other guys, Troy Reeder, who's been banged up, and Traven Howard. And very much like Kansas City in the Super Bowl, John, those inside linebackers are really the weak link for the Rams defense.
Yeah, no question about it. That's where they need to win this game, over the middle of the field. Rob Gronkowski, obviously the Rams, I'm sure, are aware of that, and they're going to try to muck things up, but Brady wins there a lot. And obviously JC just talked about it. Short passes in the middle of the field. Rams are the worst team in the NFL this season in terms of yards surrendered. So there are some matchup things that go in the Bucs' favor offensively. It's all going to be about how the talent plays. Do they have enough talent? How do those guys play? And whether the execution's good. Those things are all controllable by the Bucs. The one thing that might not be, I mean, it is, but can they protect Brady? Like that's going to be just a huge part of this, right? Like if he is getting sacked constantly, or he's good with ball protection, but last time they stripped him once, sometimes you've got no shot as a quarterback. And if Brady's getting sacked a bunch, like he was last game 4 times against the Eagles, I mean, 3 of those sacks, he had absolutely no shot whatsoever. Like there's nothing that it's just, those kind of situations, you give him a shot, he'll usually get rid of the ball, like almost all the time. Most of the sacks in the season aren't going to be on Brady like you see with other quarterbacks. So it's just a matter of whether the O-line can do that. If they can, I think there's things there for the Bucs offense to be able to execute,
too,
as long as some of these players step up that need to step up.
Yeah, and I think the thing too is the quick game, whether it's screens, whether it's just screens to running backs, to tight end, to Gronkowski, whether it is using some slants, anything to get rid of the ball out of Tom Brady's hands, the quicker the better. I think will serve the Buccaneers well in this game. The last matchup we have is Rob Gronkowski, who you mentioned earlier in the game, had some missed opportunities, but also got knocked out of the game out there in week 3 in LA. He's going up against a couple of backup safeties, John. We know that Taylor Rapp's not playing in this game with a concussion, and we might see Eric Weddle for the first time. They signed him as an insurance policy out there in LA. But this seems like a matchup that would favor Gronkowski if they can get him down the field, right into the third level of the Rams defense. And that means getting Brady enough time to throw the ball down the field.
Right. And, Weddle, it looks like he was their third safety last week, and I think he played 19 snaps. And so it's mostly Nick Scott and Terrell Burgess.
Yeah.
Both have played fine. And so maybe maybe Weddle stays in that third safety situational defense role, or maybe he, once he's back, they feel like he's back up to speed. But I mean, keep in mind, this guy hadn't played football for 2 years.
Right.
And now he's stepping in. So it's unlikely he plays a full amount of snaps, trying to hang on there and get a ring with them, obviously, right now. And so, yeah, this is going to be where a lot of this game's won or lost. Not only this, but it's how Brady reads it out too. That will affect so much, and it's how Gronkowski reads it out. Like Rams will rotate middle of the field open, which means they have two high safeties,
right?
And then after the snap, one will buzz down and the other one will rotate, and now you've got middle of the field closed. For a lot of Gronkowski's routes, that will change what he does. If the middle field's open, he'll bend routes to the middle and try and find the space between the two zone dropping linebackers and try and settle in or get his head around in that space. If middle of the field rotates closed, he's got to be able to see it and know it's coming over and keep to the outside, stay on
work
the hash,
his way outside, exactly.
And work his way outside
and
a little bit.
That's the beauty of this Bruce Arians offense. It does create those choice route situations. And of course, Brady and Gronk are on the same page most of the time, dating back to their time in New England, just reading coverages the same way. And speaking of coverages, my bookie's got you covered for this game. If you want to put some action on it, Tampa Bay -3 at my bookie. And they also have got a special promo that they typically run, and it's no different this week. And that's doubling your deposit up to $1,000. So even though fantasy football is over, you can keep the excitement alive with my bookie's double deposit bonus, having your initial deposit matched up to $1,000, like playing with home field advantage in this game. All you have to do is sign up, use promo code Pewter, and get your funds credited to your account instantly so you can start placing bets on my bookie. With the NFL postseason in full swing, there's no shortage of games to choose from at MyBookie, and everyone knows that playoffs equal points. Well, that wasn't the case yesterday because of weather. We'll see how it is in Tampa today. It's the best time of the year.
Yesterday.
Yeah, right. It's the best time of the year to hammer the overs with every player out to make a name for themselves. The player prop bets are a great way to find an edge. MyBookie is home to exclusive contests that you can use to maximize your winnings and make 2022 your best year yet. Don't miss out. Double your first deposit up to $1,000 by using the promo code Pewter. Place your bets and get ready for the intensity of playoff action. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. We are moments away from
I know people aren't going to be surprised by this, Scott, but Chris Sims just picked the Rams to win on NBC, and Tony Dungy went with the Bucs. So
not surprised at all.
File that away from people. Yeah.
Well, it's going to come down to the defense, John. That's one thing you and I have really said since Monday, since we assumed it would be the Rams, and we certainly said it on Wednesday, that the defense is really going to have to show up to this game. Carlton Davis, I'm with you. I don't like the matchup in the slot. I know they used it a couple times against Cooper Kupp. That's just not his home base, is it? That's just not the comfort zone for Carlton Davis. And I think he's better suited outside against Odell Beckham Jr. Now, the thing is, Carlton Davis plays that left cornerback position. So when Odell Beckham Jr. is the right wide receiver, when he's typically out there as a split end, or as I should say, as the Z receiver, as the flanker, that's where you'll see that matchup take place. If Odell Beckham Jr. is the X receiver, the split end, that's where you'll see him go against Jamel Dean, because those corners usually stay left and right side. Carlton on the left, Jamel Dean on the right. But I think from a matchup standpoint, from a physical, athletic trait standpoint, Carlton Davis probably the best fit for Odell Beckham Jr. in this game.
I think so. Yeah. Will he follow him? They've done it before. I think there's a good chance that he does follow him, to be honest. And then it's Van Jefferson. And Dean's got to eliminate him. And Dean played unbelievable. The one thing I want to mention, though, with Dean, he played so well against the Eagles, but he still got hit on the double move, and Mike Edwards saved him. That is just the one thing with Dean. Like, he has all the potential in the world, but the focus, like the lapses in focus, it can only take one big play, and the Rams will hit you with a lot of double moves. I mean, OBJ's run them all season. So if Davis doesn't follow OBJ, then there isn't a ton of man coverage from the Bucs. So they play more zone for whatever reason that only God could truly explain to me why the Bucs would do that. But if that is the case, Scott, then you are going to see the Rams try and hit a double move on Jamel Dean at some point in this game, a sluggo or something like that. And if they can get him to bite and get the protection that they need, it could be a big play for them down the field. They're going to hunt big plays. The Rams had more 40-plus yard pass plays on offense than any other offense in the NFL this past season. They were at 18 of those. I don't even think second place was that close. So they hunt big plays down the field. And so if the Bucs are not careful, they're going to get caught for big play. Now, it is strength against strength. The Bucs have only given up 4 or 5 40-plus yard pass plays in 18 games this season now.
Mm-hmm.
But 2 of them were against the Rams. So they wrote to Sean Jackson, but still, I think it's more a testament to schematically how the Rams get you at times than it is to any one player. They've got to be communicating at a higher level than they were in week 3.
I agree. Our next matchup is Shaq Barrett, who really didn't do much outside of that big interception against the Eagles. Part of that was kind of by scheme design. He was really a contained guy to keep Jalen Hurts in the pocket rather than just get upfield and try to beat his guy, Lane Johnson. Easier said than done to get to the quarterback. But listen, the last 2 matchups have not gone his way. Against Rob Havenstein, the right tackle, they're going to be keeping Havenstein on the right side. But I'm with you, John. I think instead of banging your head up against the wall, Shaq Barrett typically struggles against those mammoth, massive right tackles, the guys that are 6'8", 330 pounds, that have a huge wingspan. Havenstein's built very much like Lane Johnson in that respect. Mm-hmm. So why not put him there on the right side against Joe Noteboom? I think that's probably a better matchup, speed versus a backup left tackle, and see if Shaq can feast there. But you're certainly going to see Barrett and Jason Pierre-Paul on the left and the right side. I think they'll split some reps there. But when he's matched up against Havenstein, he's got to do more than he has the last 2 matchups.
Wow. And looking at the stadium right now, it is awesome, Scott.
Yeah.
It is. It looks terrific. It is decked out in red and pewter and white, and it looks extremely awesome. Obviously, people are always like, "Oh, the Bills travel, the Eagles travel," but it looks like a very great. It looks like a loaded crowd for the Bucs today. So good advantage, and they need all the ones that they can get. Yeah, this Shaq Barrett thing is going to be interesting. Last game, some people, we were like, "Oh man, did Shaq Barrett really have a big impact?" Then you go look at the tape, and you're like, man, they're just trying to they were trying to scheme up a certain guy to get home and move Hurts off his spot and then contain the pocket. So you restrict him and get a sack, or he makes a hasty throw in a restricted pocket.
He was more of a setup guy last week.
It was really everybody. It was kind of like one rusher and everybody else was set up the pocket. To keep Hurts at bay basically. And they did a great job of it, obviously, in passing situations. This is a totally different game. This is like, you want to get Hurts, or you want to get Stafford, and you want to get him to the ground. Like, you're not worried about Stafford escaping all game long. He does have some mobility. I'm not saying you could be totally sloppy, but he's not like, that's not where he's going to thrive or try to get to in his game, where Hurts was going to. So I kind of throw out the last game for Barrett. Also, Barrett only rushed 20 times, I think, in the last game. So he was on a snap count distribution. I think that might be thrown out the window today in the game like this.
Oh yeah.
Is he against Havenstein? Do they move him over there and chest him out against Noteboom? I think all those cards on the table. I'm sure we'll see some of all of those things, and you'll see some of all of what Joe's trying to drink as well.
Cards on the table. I would love to know what Todd Bowles is holding in his hand right now. Who's going to match up against Cooper Kupp?
Yeah,
I really don't want it to be Sean Murphy-Bunting, because I don't trust him, especially coming back from missing a game with a hamstring injury. I think you're going to see him in there some. Mike Edwards does not have really the speed and the athleticism to match Cooper Kupp past the, say, 15 yards off the line of scrimmage. The guy that does
too, Edwards is not a big player.
Correct. The guy that does is Antoine Winfield. He has the speed and athleticism. Doesn't have the size. He's only 5'9". But I just wonder if they don't use the same type of game plan. The only problem is in this game with the guys that can go vertical, whether it's Tyler Higbee, whether it's OBJ, whether it's a Jefferson, whether it's a Kupp, you almost want to clone Winfield and have him be the slot corner and the free safety in this game, John. But they're going to have to figure out something, and I think it's either going to be Edwards or Winfield against Kupp in the slot.
Yeah, that's going to be how they defend Kupp is going to be everything. If you leave one guy on him, it doesn't matter. It's Carlton or who it is. It's not going to work out well for you. So do you play it with Edwards? Winfield might be your best inside guy, but then you don't have him at safety. And
that's what I'm saying. You want to clone that guy and have him play both because of that. So that's going to be very interesting. We'll find out in a couple of minutes. The great thing is Vita Vea's had a really great season. The Bucs rewarded him with a huge contract extension. He's got to show up, though, in the pass rush. He had a pretty decent game with some pressures in the last matchup in week 3. But David Edwards, the left guard, has given up 6 sacks this year, and he's the weak link of that offensive line. And you'd like to see Vita Vea not just put pressure on Matthew Stafford, collapse the pocket, but get him to the ground too. And
Right.
I think that's the one matchup up front where the Bucs really have the advantage. And I think Vita Vea's got to take advantage of that and really be kind of the star of the show up front.
No question. He's got to be a huge impact, man. Everybody's talking about Donald. He's got to make remember that there's 2 great defensive tackles, not just good, but a great defensive tackle. He plays that. He plays on that level. Like, hey, I'm an all-pro consideration. Everybody knows he's not Donald, but if he plays on that all-pro level, could change the game for the Bucs, no question about it. We are moments from kickoff here, Scott. So we're going to get set up to go here with Bucs against Rams. This is a matchup we've all been waiting for. Can the Bucs finally solve the Rams? Rams beat them last couple times that they've played. Todd Bowles has struggled against the Sean McVay offense. So many storylines. We haven't even talked about the fact that we will during the show that this could be Brady's last game. Some people think. I don't know about that, but we'll see. And it's all coming up next on Pewter Game Day in moments. Welcome, Buccaneers, to Pewter Game Day between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Los Angeles Rams in the divisional playoffs. I am John Ledyard from PewterReport.com, and I appreciate you all joining us today on the show. Going to be some fun stuff as we break this one down live as it happens. For people who are asking, you will not see the actual game here today. You will not see the actual game happening. That would be illegal, and YouTube would pull the plug on us in moments. But what you will see is me talking about the game as it happens, doing some play-by-play even, and giving you guys kind of a glimpse into what's happening behind the scenes a little bit, the schematics of it, the player matchups, things like that. And also try to, as much as I can, between doing the play-by-play and talking about the game, try to answer any questions in the chat and things like that if you have them as well. I'll try to keep it as interactive as I possibly can as we kind of go through this one. So the Bucs and the Rams are about a minute away from getting underway here in the divisional round of the playoffs. Talked a lot about this matchup, obviously, but one thing we didn't really talk about is whether it could be Brady's last game or not. Some reports have surfaced over the last couple of days. Oh, this might be it for Brady. Like, he could retire. You know, he's obviously indicated to the Bucs that he intends to continue playing in the past, but now moving forward, hasn't necessarily said anything this season, according to reports. So that's going to be a big part of the conversation, the dialogue, I'm sure, in this game as well, is if he's going to return after this season, whenever it ends, or not. And so perhaps how this game plays out has some bearing on that. We'll talk more about it as the game gets underway, obviously, but the Bucs need to play a clean one today. They're obviously without a lot of key players. And so the return of Leonard Fournette looms large for Tampa Bay as well. Couple moments from kickoff here, it looks like. And Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I believe, are going to receive and get the ball first, it looks like. And so they'll be back to return the kickoff as the Rams get ready to kick it off underway. Josh says, John solo today. Britt, keep the Celsius coming. Yes, I've got the Celsius here. Yes, Paul did have an obligation, so I am running solo. We'll have people dropping in. JC will drop in. Scott will drop in. Everybody will come in from time to time for sure. Don't worry about that. Won't have to just listen to me the entire game. So Jalen Darden back to receive to start this one, and we'll see if the Rams put it in play to open the game. And they do send the kickoff down the field, and Darden is going to look like he's going to field this one, right at the goal line. And so he's going to bring it back out and not get very far. He got maybe the 21 as he leans out. And so that's where the Bucs will start from offensively, it looks like. So a little bit behind, but that's the hard thing. And Bruce Arians talked about that. When they kick off and you field it at the 1 yard line, it can be challenging to see. You can't look down and see where your feet are. You're not really sure where you are in relation to the goal line. And so really good kickoff by the Rams there to open things up. And the Bucs will start 1st and 10 from their own 21 yard line, it looks like. How do they open this game offensively? You're going to see the multiple tight ends and Brate in the backfield. So it's 13 personnel to start. And Leonard Fournette behind a Cam Brate block is going to pick up 11, 12 yards on the play and get it out to about the 31-yard line. So a first down for the Bucs offense. There's Fournette, his first carry back since week 15 against the Saints when he hurt that hamstring in the second half. Some good blocking up front there. You could see Brate coming through the hole and able to kick out the linebacker. Kappa did a great job getting down as well. And so Leonard Fournette opens things up for the Bucs. Now they go, again, it's 12 personnel, but again, Brate is in the backfield. So Brate's been back there a little bit, but it's still a little bit of a wrinkle. Kappa kicks out the end, and here goes Fournette once again, spinning, and he's going to have another first down. So back-to-back 11 and then 10-yard runs for the Bucs. And the rushing game is off to a good start with Fournette back there. But schematically, man, they dialed up something pretty there because there was nobody at the first level when Fournette burst through there. You could see Marpet and Smith blocking down, and then Smith able to get just enough of Reader along with Brate's help. There was nobody for Fournette. He had to break a tackle from behind a little bit, but that was about it. So great blocking up front there as well. And Stinney into the game here as an extra blocker in these situations. 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense. And again, they're going to run it. Fournette up the middle. Didn't follow Marpet on that one. Plowed ahead, and looks like a little scuffle maybe after the play. 2 yards for Fournette there. And it's 2nd and 8 coming up for the Bucs. They're working from their own 43-yard line. Brady's still yet to attempt to pass. First 3 plays of the game are runs for the Bucs. Obviously, you know they'd love to be able to run the football well in this game. It is not really their bread and butter necessarily offensively, but they have done it better this season than they did a year ago going into the playoffs. Here's Brady going to go play action, steps up in the pocket and throws on the out route, and Scotty Miller makes the catch, but are they going to say he's out of bounds? It looks like they will, and so 3rd and 8 is going to come up for the Bucs offense from their own 43, and now they're in a tough spot with the long down and distance. Scotty caught that. It was well thrown by Brady. I guess he landed maybe out of bounds there before he had full possession of it. Love to see a replay. Probably not going to get one, it looks like. Brady from the shotgun. They've got 12 personnel out there, but Brate and Gronk are both flex. Gronk over the middle of the field drops it. Brady tried to lace one in, and Gronk had it bounce off of his hands right near the marker. It would have been either he'd have fallen forward for the first, knowing Gronk probably, or it would have been 4th and short. Brady put it on him. But again, 2 catchable balls there, and the receivers can't make plays there as that one goes off Gronk's hands. Good coverage by the DB. See if Williams got involved in that one to break it up. It looks like it hit Gronk's hands first, and he couldn't pull it in. So again, Gronk struggled the last time against the Rams, had a drop down the field on a big play early in the game with the Bucs driving. Would have put them in a red zone situation, I believe. The Rams are coming after Pinion, who sends it away. Scotty Miller down there is a gunner, and the ball's going to bounce into the end zone. And so the Bucs are going to have a touchback situation. The Rams start from their 20, but Gronk's got to play great. That one was a little bit of a tough one as Williams came in, but those are the ones he's made a living making those catches as well. So obviously the plays they're going to need him to make today with wide receivers out of this game for Tampa Bay. Gronk is going to have to be one of those guys that steps up and plays great. He's got to make all the big plays, and definitely the ones you expect him to, like ones like that could be for a new set of downs. Those are the mistakes you can't have. But a good start for the running game. Fournette with back-to-back carries of 11 and 10 yards, then 2 yards as they went back to the well, and the Bucs 2 incompletions later. Again, would have loved to seen the Scotty play, but didn't quite able to get a good look at the Scotty one to see if that was obviously the Bucs didn't see anything worth challenging there. Now the Rams offense takes the field. They were 8th in points per game this season, 27.1 points per game, 9th in yards per game, 372 yards per game. So again, you hear these reputations about their offense, but it hasn't necessarily been this high-powered, year. They've had their ebbs and flows, their ups and downs for sure, but the ups have come against the Bucs, unfortunately. So we'll see how much they want to get the running game going too. Some people talk about the fact that the Rams ran it well in week 3 against the Bucs. I don't know that that's necessarily true. That late in the game when they were running down the clock, the Bucs didn't stop the run as well as they would have. But the Rams actually in 3 matchups against Todd Bowles have barely tried to run the football. 12 of Sony Michel, or the 12 of the 24 running back carries that they had in the week 3 game came after the game was already 31-17. So they were trying to run out clock in those situations. But when the game's been in a neutral spot, the Rams really have barely tried to run the football against Todd Bowles, just enough to actually do it, say they did it, but that's about it. It has been pass with Jared Goff, and even 2019 when they had the shootout game that they lost, 2020 when they beat the Bucs in a close one, 27-24, and earlier this year when it wasn't all that close and they beat the Bucs, it was the same situation. So the Bucs defense will start trying to defend things from their own, from the Rams 20-yard line, and this is the side of the ball where the Bucs are going to have to make it work on. I mean, honestly, this is the side of the ball that they're going to have to make some splash plays on. I think Verone says, I thought the Scotty catch was a first down. Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was live, but he must have landed out of bounds before he actually secured possession of the ball because they didn't even take a look at it. And so that's the only thing I can think there. Here's the Rams with a 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. Kupp's going to go in motion, and it looks like Winfield is following him. So Bucs showing man coverage, and Winfield is going to be on Kupp to start things out. First pass is caught by Odell Beckham. Dean makes the tackle as soon as Beckham catches it. 6-yard gain, and so 7-4 for the Rams coming up from 26. So right away you see Winfield playing the slot on Cooper Kupp. So the Bucs have kept it pretty quiet about how they want to handle things. It's a tough spot to ask for Winfield because he has not played very much man coverage in his career with the Bucs. He's barely played in the slot. Last week was the most he played in the slot. You're basically asking him to change positions and take on the best slot receiver in the NFL right now, Cooper Kupp. And we'll see how they play it on this 2nd and 4 situation as Kupp is again in the slot. Stafford back to pass, 5-man rush coming. He's looking. Now he flips it out in the flat to Cam Akers, who's going to have the first down with ease before the first guy makes contact with him. It's Devin White down the field, but the Rams are going to have a first down out to their own 35-yard line. So they get their first down of the game. Going to be tough to impact Stafford if you can't get pressure in this game. He has been pretty good from a calm pocket this season. And the Rams have plenty of weapons at their disposal, going to make it very difficult to keep up with things from a coverage perspective as well. The number 1 buck killer maybe in the league right now is Cooper Kupp. And he doesn't even play in their division. So how the Bucs slow him down and decide to match up with him is kind of everything in this game. Right now it looks like Winfield, but they're not going to go in motion here, so it doesn't look like man coverage. Stafford back to pass, has plenty of time, throws Kupp wide open, and Jordan Whitehead's going to knock him out of bounds, but it's a gain of 17 yards, and they're down to the Tampa Bay 48. So they cross midfield, and the Rams offense is on the march now, and Kupp has his first catch of the game for a 17-yard gain. And you're seeing Jason Pierre-Paul against Joe Noteboom, and again, Noteboom's played well as a backup tackle, but Pierre-Paul's been basically a non-factor as a pass rusher this season. So going to be very important for the Bucs to try to get some ideal matchup situations against Noteboom in those spots. Is that JTS? Is that Shaq Barrett? We will see. There's Stafford takes the snap, and the Rams are going to run it. Akers on the left side is going to be stood up and carried backwards by Shaq Barrett and a host of other Bucs defenders. A flag is down here. And we'll see what this call is here. This looks like it's going to be offensive holding. This crew may have called some penalties. We know this. We know this well. And this is going to be holding against the offense. So 1st and 20. The Rams are backed up now to their own 42-yard line. The hold is going to be on Brian Allen, the center. And this is an interesting part of the matchup. Brian Allen, the Rams center, has played very well, but he is a small center. So when he goes up against guys like Vea, this one, I think it was McClendon and Nacho on this play. That's going to be a factor in this game. Trying to see where the hold was. I missed it. I think I didn't see anything there, but that's going to be a factor in this one. And then obviously David Edwards, the right guard, has given up 6 sacks this season, as Scott mentioned in the pregame show. So that'll be one to watch as well. So 1st and 20 for the Rams from their own 42 now. And Stafford from the shotgun. He has Kupp in the backfield next to him and Akers back there as well, it looks like. Takes the snap. Bucs are going to rush 4, but they're not anywhere close to Stafford. Now Nacho breaks through and he throws Odell Beckham Jr. on the crossing pattern, has plenty of room to run. He's going to dance around tackles and pick up the first down. So on 1st and 20, Rams get it all back in one play. Somehow Devin White got matched up against Odell Beckham Jr. there, and that was toast. And Beckham Jr. is going to have the first down all the way out to the Bucs 38-yard line. So the penalty doesn't affect the Rams at all. And again, continue when they pass the ball, they can do whatever they want. And that's been the matchup every time McVay has gone against Bulls. Here's Stafford back to pass again, throwing down the field. Got a man there, and down inside the 10-yard line is Tyler Higbee, who makes the catch at the Tampa Bay 9-yard line for a gain of 29 yards. So first and goal now from the Bucs 9-yard line. And the Rams look like they're rewinding the tape every other time they've played the Bucs. This is what it's looked like. And Higbee going straight down the field, this time against Jordan Whitehead. No contest there on the catch. Again, he's wide open for Stafford, puts it right on him, and they're at a first and goal at the 9-yard line. Stafford's going under center, and the Rams are moving with some speed here too. Stafford now communicating at the line of scrimmage. Rams working from 11 personnel as they heavily do. Here's the handoff, Akers, and he's not going to go anywhere, maybe a yard. Winfield and Anthony Nelson in to slow him up. But the lack of pass rush is a pretty big issue so far for the Bucs defense. Just really nothing working in that side of things for them defensively. Will need to be better in that regard. Right now, Stafford on the opening drive, 5 for 5 for 81 yards. Oh, great. Second and goal for the Rams offense from the Tampa Bay 8-yard line. Stafford from the shotgun, quick snap. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka takes off. He throws back in the end zone. That one went through Dean's hands. Could have been an interception. It looked like maybe a miscommunication on that play. But Dean, if you remember, had a ball. There was a ball that went off Kupp's hands in week 3 and then right to Dean for an easy interception, and he didn't grab it. And this one here, this is a play you got to make. Yeah, right through his hands. That looked pretty catchable. Yeah, Dean maybe saw it a tad late, but definitely looked like a catchable ball there. So back-to-back games, weird. On the opening drives, I believe Dean drops interceptions from Matt Stafford. Here's Stafford now, third and goal from the 8. They've got another chance here. You know he's going to be looking for Cooper Kupp, and it looks like the Bucs trying to match him with a couple players. Instead, he throws the fade to Van Jefferson, incomplete. Carlton Davis was all over that. So fourth and goal from the 8, and here comes the field goal unit for the Rams. Stafford went 5 for 5 to get down the field, then 2 straight incompletions after a run in the red zone. And the Bucs defense holds the Rams to a field goal on the opening drive. That ball overthrown a little bit out of bounds, but great coverage by Carlton Davis as well. So we'll see what happens here. Matt Gay back in Raymond James Stadium. You can see the graphic there at Raymond James Stadium, 70% in his career. Everyone else, he's like 90%, dude. Doesn't miss very often, and he won't miss the chip shot either. 26-yard field goal, and the Rams have the early 3-0 lead, 8:01 left in the first quarter, and the Bucs defense looking for answers already. Good stand in the red zone, though. Going to need to make a couple of those today probably. Keep this within striking distance for the offense, but Bucs offense got to execute, man. Can't have drop passes and catchable opportunities become incompletions. The missed pick also looms large. When you're in these situations, banged up as you are, those are plays you got to make, and so we'll see if they can make more of them as the offense moves forward in this game. Obviously, a lot of challenges. By the way, I know this game's probably already underway for y'all, but if you're looking for an opportunity later in the games with the Bills and the Chiefs playing later today, you can go to Underdog Fantasy and you can bet on player over-under stat lines. You can double your first deposit with the promo code Pewter, P-E-W-T-E-R. Double your first deposit. You can do a pick 5 and win up to 20 times the amount of money. If you get all 5 right, all 5 player over-under their stat lines, whatever you're betting on, catches, yards, touchdowns, whatever, you can win up to 20 times the amount of money that you put in. It's a great deal with Underdog Fantasy. The site is easy to use. It's awesome. The app for your phone is terrific as well. Use that promo code Pewter, P-E-W-T-E-R, to double your first deposit with Underdog Fantasy. Promise you will not regret this one. Love using Underdog Fantasy. They're really, really terrific stuff, and you'll be happy you check them out and got that app if you get the chance to, for sure. All right, trying to jump in the comments here. See, yeah, Diego says, JPP is washed and it sucks, but we need Tryon. I very much agree with this. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka has got to make an impact in this game today. My bigger question, though, is does he get the chance to? What kind of situations does Todd Bowles put him in? He was a spy basically all last week. And he made a play, tipped the ball, and kept Hurts contained, but it's not splash plays, and he could be a splash player, I think, in a game like this. But he's got to be able to impact the pocket. If he can't impact the pocket, the whole thing is going to be pointless. There's just no way that they can survive as a coverage unit if Stafford has all day back there to throw as he did on that drive. So can JTS impact the pocket? I hope JPP can prove me wrong against a tackle that is young and hasn't played a ton in Noteboom, but Noteboom's been pretty good, and JPP just has been a non-factor against basically everybody since early in the season when he tore that rotator cuff. So he is basically a pocket contained guy, which against Stafford is pretty useless too. So I very much agree with this comment that I think that Diego is right here, that they are going to need something from JTS, and we'll see if the Bucs put him in position to even provide that, especially off the edge in this game or not. Bucs offense going to have their second opportunity of the game. They got 2 first downs in their first drive. They drove almost to midfield, but then they had 2 straight incompletions. Scotty Miller couldn't come up with a sideline catch. It looked like Brady put it right on him, and he just couldn't maybe squeeze it tight before he went out of bounds. We never got a great replay. And then Gronkowski dropped the third down throw right near the marker. A good play by the defender as well, kind of getting involved there. But those are the big time catches you need for sure in a game like this. And so we'll see how the Bucs offense can respond after running the ball pretty well in their first drive. The struggle can be sometimes when they get a couple guns, they fall in love with it. Every first down becomes a run. And as we saw in the last 2-year carry, this isn't really that type of team. They run efficiently, but the more you run, they don't really get better at it typically. So it's about the efficiency when you run, not necessarily the volume. On 1st and 10, they'll run behind Marpet, and Fournette won't go anywhere. Maybe half a yard, maybe a couple inches, but you got 2nd and 9 coming up right away. So again, you put yourself in tougher 2nd and 3rd down situations when you can't win first down. Obviously, they did when they ran it a couple times well at the beginning of the game. The struggle becomes you're going to run on every first down, and so far 4 for 4 for the Bucs running on first down. There's Brady back to pass, looking, throwing down the field. That one's overthrown for Gronkowski. So 3rd and 9 coming up for the Bucs offense. So again, another 3rd and long situation. They were in 3rd and 8 on the last drive, and obviously couldn't convert. And now 3rd and 9 for the Bucs from their own 26. Very hard situations for yourself to win offensively, but even harder when you're talking about a Rams pass rush like this. This becomes really, really difficult spots for the offense. So Bucs going to have to change up some things about their script to be able to get out of more of these situations. Here's a 3rd and 9 for Brady from the 25, back to pass, pressure coming. Aaron Donald right in there. What's going to happen with this ball? Is it an incompletion? Believe that it is. Mike Evans picked it up, and it is going to be an incompletion, but Aaron Donald beat Josh Wells off the edge there, it looked like. And that one was a pretty quick win for the Rams, and not much chance for Brady there. Josh Wells on an island against Aaron Donald there. That is going to be bad things for the Bucs offense every single time they allow that to happen. That is a pass by Brady. Hung onto the ball somehow long enough, but yeah, frustrating start for the Bucs offense. They go 3 and out there, and passing game came going 0 for 4. But again, not the maybe overthrow, but that would have been a hard one to fit in there to Gronk. But it's not been Brady so much as the other guys need to step up on some of those plays and make plays. And you're seeing the lack of depth show up a little bit for the Bucs already in this game. They're going to have to punt it away. Their defense is going to come right back out on the field after a long Rams drive. Here's Pinion punting it away. Ball's fielded at the 24-yard line. And Grant Stewart down there with a great stop. And so the Rams are going to take over. Looks like maybe at their 27, 29, it looks like they're going to put the ball. 51-yard punt from Pinion. Great punt and great coverage by Grant Stewart. Special teams showing up well, but the Bucs offense sputtering a little bit. They had strong runs to start things. Passing game out of sorts, though. Pressure hadn't been an issue until that Donald play, but you leave Donald one-on-one with Josh Wells on a 3rd and long, you're going to get cooked. It's about staying out of 3rd and long. We can rag on Josh Wells all day. Not going to make any difference. If you're in 3rd and long, you're going to lose against the Rams. It's that simple with the personnel you have. So you have to be more aggressive on first down. The Bucs have run 4 times on first down. You see that process, even when it yields 10, 11-yard gain, unless that's your thing, like the 49ers, or so, you can't stick with that process and expect to win. You're going to end up in these situations, putting the ball away to the other team, and now trying to avoid going down 2 scores early. Run through the stats really quick. Brady 0 for 4 to start this game. Evans has been once, twice. Miller once. 4 carries, 24 yards. Offense very stagnant to open things up. Stafford first drive, 5 of 7. Completed his first 5 passes for 81 yards. and then had 2 straight incompletions. Cam Akers, 1 carry, 1 yard. You've got Higbee with a 29-yard catch, Odell Beckham with a 20-yard catch, and Kupp with a 17-yarder. So already 3 explosive 15-plus yard plays for the Rams on the first drive of the game. And nobody really around those guys when they caught the ball either on those plays. Odell was a catch and run, but everybody else was Higbee's wide open, Kupp's wide open. And so that's a sign schematically the Bucs fell behind on that first drive. Good stand in the red zone, but they're going to have to be much, much better than that if they hope to move on and win this football game. This has been a matchup we've talked about a lot. Todd Bowles has not won this matchup against Sean McVay, really in any of the 3. Even when the Bucs won the game, it was 55-40. Goff turned it over 4 times. The Bucs got tore up in terms of yardage. Bowles himself described it as not one of our better games. McVay has handled Todd Bowles very handily over their matchups over the years. And so whether he has an answer for him or not today is going to be huge. This Bucs offense is not going to put up 30-some points at home by themselves without some help from this defense. And so the Bucs defense is going to not only need to make more stops and quit leaving guys wide open, but also get some turnovers, or this game could get ugly. We've seen the Rams get there with a couple teams so far. So starts with winning first down. That would help. That would help a lot for this Bucs team. Odell Beckham's going to go in motion here, and we'll see the Bucs throwing a lot of different things. Now it's Murphy bunting against Cooper Kupp at the line of scrimmage. Bucs playing it pretty tight at the line right now. Kupp's going in motion, and Stafford's going to fake the handoff back to pass. Some pressure does come up the middle from Vea. Stafford avoids it pretty easily and finds a wide open Beckham once again for 9 yards there. So 2nd and 1 coming up. Winfield came up to get the stop, but again, guys are wide open. It doesn't matter whether your pass rush looks like. If guys are this open, you're not going to win games. This is very easy stuff for Staff. All these dudes are pretty much totally uncovered in these situations. So he's finding pretty easily options in the passing game quickly in his progressions. 2nd and 1 for the Rams from the 38-yard line. Bucs defense trying to keep from going down 2 scores. Stafford changing some things up at the line of scrimmage. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Pressure does come. He gets hit as he throws this one down the field, almost picked by Winfield. A diving attempt at an interception, and a flag does come in now, and we'll see what this call is. Winfield dove for an interception, couldn't pull it in. Stafford did get hit as he threw there. Was it a hit high? No, it's defensive pass interference instead against Jamel Dean. So a 16-yard penalty, and the ball will move to Tampa Bay territory. Rams 2 drives and 2 possessions in Bucs territory. Dean grabbing onto Van Jefferson there. Double move by Van a little bit there. Winfield was coming over. I don't know if Dean needed to do it, but he definitely grabbed him. Good call there, and it's 1st and 10 for the Rams from the Bucs 46-yard line. I don't think it was tipped. People are asking if it was tipped in the chat. I don't think it was tipped. I think Stafford was hit as he threw. I believe that was the distinction there the officials were making and why they talked there for a second. But yeah, it could have been defensive holding depending on when the timing of the throw was. Here's Stafford from the shotgun. He takes the snap back to pass, and pressure's coming, but it's way late from Jordan White, and he finds Higbee over the middle pretty easily for another 9-yard gain. And so it'll be 2nd and 1 from the 37-yard line. Rams offense moving with ease, no resistance down the field. Everybody pretty much wide open so far. They brought pressure there, but Whitehead was way late, didn't time it up, and had no chance of getting anywhere near Stafford before he found the easy throw underneath. So 2nd and 1 opportunity, second and 1 of the game for the Rams, and the playbook definitely open to Los Angeles here as they are already right about at field goal range. Stafford under center, going to move Van Jefferson in motion now. And he's going to hand off, going to be Akers, who's going to have the first down. You don't have the yellow line up on the screen, so I am trying to just eyeball this thing, but he'll have the first down, gain of 4 for Akers. David makes the stop, but it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line for the Rams, so now definitely in field goal range. The troubling part if you're the Bucs is they haven't really even been in position to make a play yet. Other than the Dean pass, which was just a miscommunication. He wasn't really in great coverage. They haven't really been in position to make any plays yet in this game. So it has been kind of schematically just a total beatdown so far. Now we'll see if they can rise up, get a stop here. Stafford's going under center here. He's going to go play action. Sue is right in his grill, and he's going to throw this one away. So Sue never bit on the play action, chased Stafford all the way. And finally some pressure. And now Sue is talking some trash to Stafford after the play. And a flag just came in. If this is on Sue, just unbelievable. I mean, that is your veteran leader getting a taunting penalty here from a crew that just cannot help themselves. But my gosh, you got to be smart on that if you're a Duncan Sue. Unbelievable. Adam in 2nd and 10. Now a 15-yard taunting penalty by the second oldest defensive player in the league this season. An unbelievably foolish play. I hate the rule too, but reality is you can't make those kind of plays. Stafford's talking to him too. Stafford started talking to him as well when he was on the ground. I don't know what Sue was saying back to him, but not exactly what you're used to seeing from Sue. He's typically one of the quieter, more reserved players on the defense. I know his early career history, but surprising there. And now you've got a 1st and 10 for the Rams. The Bucs doing just about everything they can to lose this game in the first quarter. We'll see if the Rams can take advantage. Cam Akers bouncing around the left side, going to pick up. Does he have the first down? We'll see where he stepped out of bounds. A good run by Akers, though. It looks like he picked up 9. And so 2nd and 1 from the Bucs 9-yard line. And right now it's pretty brutal for the Bucs defense getting it taken to him early in this game. Devin White got lit up by Cooper Kupp. Absolutely wrecked by that block. So not only are the Rams controlling it, doing whatever they want offensively, and the Bucs are committing self-inflicted penalties, 2 of them, a 16 and a 15-yarder on this drive, and the Rams don't need any help at all. Here's Stafford on a quarterback sneak. Bucs weren't even ready for the snap. No resistance. He falls forward for several yards, and it'll be 1st and goal from the Rams from the 7-yard line. And so disappointing focus and effort from Todd Bowles' group to start this game for sure. Clock is going to wind under 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Rams are up 3-0. And the Bucs defense got to wake up quickly or this game's going to get out of hand. Rams controlling the clock, keeping the Bucs offense off the field, doing whatever they want, and the Bucs are melting down on defensively, not ready for snaps, getting penalties. Does not get much uglier than this. We've seen him start games bad before, but against this caliber of opponent, it does get a lot tougher. Here's Stafford going to go play action, pressure in his face from White, and there's nobody there. Somebody blew a coverage assignment. Easy completion for the touchdown to Kendall Blanton, and the Rams are going to have a 10-0 lead if they can hit this extra point. We'll see who was in coverage there, but it has been wide open, totally out-schemed, totally out-coached, totally outplayed first quarter for the Bucs. This defense is lost. And it looks like Devin White's supposed to. Yes, he's supposed to. Yeah, and pretty much that's what you do. If you leak out the guy that Devin White's supposed to be covering late, you're going to have a touchdown. You're going to have a big play every time because Devin White is never, ever going to play that route smart. He never does it. He always is going to go blitz with that. I mean, the part of their scheme is, yeah, if your guy stays in, go blitz. But you got to make sure he stays in. You can't be fooled in those situations. And so he just continues to be a problem for this team over and over and over again. He's a liability for them. And it's been an issue early in this game. Rams up 10-0. And really no resistance at all for their offense. Stafford, 8 of 11, 106 yards. Bucs have 2 penalties for 31 yards defensively. Huge on that drive. Akers, 3 carries, 14 yards. He had the 9-yard run. Everybody, whoever they want as a receiver is getting open. Couldn't be a worse first quarter for the Bucs, either side of the ball. Just been absolutely putrid. So Bucs offense has got to respond here, and being down 10-0 is the exact spot for this group. You really couldn't be in just because of the personnel they have. They just don't have all their weapons, and you become a pass obvious team. It's still early in this game. Bucs got to stick to their game plan, obviously, but Arians is pass heavy anyway. So you're already going to skew that way. And now you put the Rams in a situation where they can tee off against you pretty good as a pass rush. So got to find a way to make a play here. Byron Leftwich got to find a way to get it done without as good of players, because the Rams right now look like there is just, again, if there wasn't the track record, there's the track record of McVay against Bowles. And when Bowles comes out against like this, man, it's just hard to see a reverse in fortune. Like, it's just bad. Yeah, he just cannot. He can't do anything. It's unbelievable. So a bad start for the Bucs, both sides of the ball, but defensively, no excuses there. Beating themselves, and they didn't even need to. The Rams don't need that help. Like, they're able to march it down the field with ease. And now the Bucs offense, which has yet to complete a pass in this game, will be out there. Tough sledding against a team that just straight up has been better coached than the Bucs at every turn when they face the Rams. Defensively, this is their first snaps of the year at full strength, and it just has been that bad. Some of it's guys not playing together, but a lot of it's more than that. So we'll see what the Bucs offense can do to respond. We mentioned, I think, going into the game, obviously the Bucs have great marks offensively. We can talk about them all you want: points per game, yards per game, passing yards per game, second in points, second in yards, first in passing yards, second and third down offense, second in red zone offense. But when you're down personnel wise to the degree that they are, I mean, it just makes it a huge struggle in terms of being able to sustain who you once were. And so we'll see Darden on the return here. He's going to cross the 20 and get to the 25 before he sat down. So the Bucs offense will start there at their own 25-yard line. So Brady and the offense will have to rally from a 10-0 deficit. It has been all Rams so far early in this game, doing whatever they want, both sides of the ball. And the Bucs on 1st and 10 have run on all four of their first downs to open this game. Tyler Johnson's going to come in motion. They've got Stinney as an extra blocker out there. Brady's going to go play action, pressure in his face right away. It's a screen to Fournette, gets a block from Kappa, and Fournette's got some space, runs over a man, and he's going to get out to about the 38-yard line, so a 13-yard gain. So they get a first down on first down once again, and a good call with the first down screen there by Byron Leftwich. Moves the ball out to the Bucs' 38-yard line. It was immediate Aaron Donald in Brady's face on that play, but good job out on the perimeter by the blocking. Yeah, they let Donald go and turned him loose, and he was keyed up trying to get down there. And now we'll see Brady once again go play action, and again he has to step up in the pocket from edge pressure. Throws, Gronkowski makes the catch, and he's off and running. Two men in pursuit, and he runs over a guy and gets down to the Rams' 33-yard line. So a 29-yard gain for Gronkowski, and Brady somehow got out of a sure sack there. They can't protect him at all, but he got out of a sack there. I mean, they have got extra guys in here for protection. This is absurd. And a wide open shot from Von Miller, and Brady somehow ducks out of it. Oh my goodness, these protection issues cannot continue, but good play by Brady to get away from it and find Gronkowski for 29. Now here's a first down handoff to Fournette, who will get maybe a yard, nothing there. And it's 2nd and 9 from the Rams' 32-yard line. Those first down runs, man, you have to find a way to be more efficient when you do it. You can't throw every first down. I know we talk about it all the time, but you can't throw every first down. You have to find a way to be more efficient running the ball in those situations. Cannot be 1-yard gains, 0-yard gains. Can you get 4? The difference is huge. 2nd and 9 now for the Bucs offense. Clock is under a minute 25 to play and winding. Rams up 10-0 in the first quarter. Brady back to pass. Has some time, caught by Scotty Miller, and it's going to be 3rd and 4. So we'll see what the Bucs do here. Obviously, this is 3rd and 4. They're at the Rams' 27-yard line. Clock is winding. It's under a minute now to play in the first quarter of action. Brady from the shotgun, a huge 3rd and 4. Rams showing pressure. They're going to send 5 quickly to Braden. It looked like he dropped it or didn't know where he was supposed to be. Byron Leftwich had a perfect play dialed up there. Rams sent pressure. Brate was wide open with blocking there, and they can't execute. Can they get a field goal out of it at least would be huge, but that is a pivotal play in this game. Offensively, it has been much more about execution than it has been about anything else. Just like the last game, to be honest, almost the exact same thing. Offensively, they had plays available there, but they have not been able to execute, and that looked like a big mistake by Cam Brady. And Suckup's kick is good, so he nails the 45-yarder, and the Bucs are down 10-3 now with 32 seconds left in the first quarter. But a big third down incompletion there thwarted a potential shot at more points. And so the Rams going to get the ball back. This is a playoff game, man. It would be awesome to see a replay on pivotal third down plays. Can we please, NBC? Anybody who watches the stream consistently knows that I'll go off about replays. I mean, how can we not see a replay of a third down play like that? It's unbelievable. This is the playoffs. Hopefully we'll see one when we come back, but mind-boggling to me how that's not ready. But again, those are the depth guys that have to step up. Scotty's got to make a play. Gronk's got to make a play on that ball. Wells got to do something, get a piece of somebody. Stinney got to get a piece of Von Miller, man. Like, those are the plays you cannot be making. It cannot be Brady trying to do it himself all game. Against the Eagles, that might work. Against the Rams, that is just not going to work. You are not going to survive that way. Somebody else has to step up and do something if the Bucs are going to be successful in this game. Pinion sends this one down the field, and it's going to be, oh my goodness, out of bounds. I mean, this team's ability to beat themselves is incredible. Like, that is just, so now the Rams get the ball at their 40-yard line. And Pinion's trying to talk about with the refs, but Pinion cost this team points in the last game. He had a 15-yard punt, gave the Rams out a 3-and-out, and they got a field goal out of the drive because Pinion's 15-yard punt. How do you kick the ball out of bounds in the divisional playoffs when you've kicked every single ball out of the back of the end zone all year? I mean, yes, Brady has to kick too. I mean, that's literally like, it's just, you cannot win this way playing this lost from all your other players in the field. Like, can't do it. Rich says, John, San Francisco won last night and didn't even have a positive yard until second half. Yeah, that was I would consider that an aberration of a game. If you're looking for that game plan to work every time, I don't know if it's going to be there, but you're right. Still plenty of time, but the frustration nevertheless exists. But Vea there to shut down the run on first down. So 2nd and 10 from the Rams from their own 40 as Vea drops the back there. And that might bring us to the end of the first quarter. Rams off to a hot start, but Bucs got something going there. They've had Gronkowski. They need to find 3 targets. He had a drop. Brady overthrew him a little bit on Brady's one miss of the day. 1 catch for 29 yards as well. And it looks like we are coming to the end of the first quarter there before the Rams can get off another snap. So it is 10-3 Rams. They've got the ball, their 3rd drive of the game. They have points on every drive so far. What can the Bucs defense do to respond? What can Todd Bowles do to respond right now with all of his players now at his disposal? Does he have any answers that he can come up with against Todd Bowles, really, for what feels like the first time in his coaching tenure? To have an answer to what Sean McVay's doing. Been a huge, huge challenge of a matchup for him, and so far losing this one handily in the first quarter. But can the Bucs defense rise up here is going to be massive. Let's go over some stats from the first quarter to let everybody know where everybody's at. Matt Stafford, 8 of 11, 106 yards, averaging 9.6 yards per pass, 1 touchdown, no picks, no sacks. Excuse me. Cam Akers, 4 carries, 14 yards, averaging 3.5 yards per carry. Stafford has 1 rush for 2 yards. Higbee, 2 catches, 38 yards. And Odell Beckham, 3 catches, 35 yards for the Rams. Cooper Kupp, 1 catch, 17 yards. Cam Akers, 1 catch, 9 yards. Kendall Blanton, 1 for 7 yards. Van Jefferson is a target, but no catches in this game. And then for the Bucs on the other side of things, Brady, after starting 0 for 4, 3 of 8 for 47 yards, 29 came to Gronkowski. Fournette's got 5 for 25 yards on the ground. Gronk with the 1 catch for 29 yards, Lenny with 1 for 13. Still no catches for Mike Evans in this game. Scotty Miller, 1 catch for 5 yards, and then Brate obviously had the drop there on 3rd down. So 2 third down drops for the Bucs in this game, 2 penalties defensively for 31 yards on the Rams' last touchdown drive. They might have gotten down there anyway, but without that help, but we'll never know now because they can't stop shooting themselves in the foot on that side of the ball. A similar story last time they played the Rams. 7 penalties for the Bucs last time they played the Rams. Hard to overcome your own mistakes. They had a drop touchdown from Gronk, a big play drop down the field from Gronk, a lot of plays left in the field, a 15-yard punt from Pinion. It feels like the same script has been followed here in the first half. Like schematically, they have answers offensively. They just haven't executed. Like it's that simple. There's stuff there. They just have not executed consistently on that side of the ball. They have to if they're going to beat the Rams. This is not – you have to if you're going to beat the Rams. You have to take the plays that are at least the ones that are there in order to make them. You're not going to put up 30-some points, but you can't drop the ball and let those things happen either. So here's the Bucs defense trying to rise up and make a big stand here. 2nd and 10 from their own 40-yard line. Second quarter now underway. We'll see what changes have been made for the Bucs defense. How are they going to defend Cooper Kupp? Here's Stafford back to pass. Under some pressure. Vea's there and he drops him. Vea's there and he dropped him. Sue got his hand up high. Rams want a penalty for hitting Stafford in the head, but it doesn't look like they're going to get it. Vea steps up, and now it'll be 3rd and 20 for the Rams offense. From their own 30. Huge play by Vita Vea. That was a coverage sack for sure, and so a great job by the secondary as well. Good job by Dean on Kupp, as you can see there. And now it's 3rd and 20 for the Rams. Stafford back to pass. Has all day, steps into it. Vea did provide some late pressure, and Kupp is wide open. All by himself. Bucs blew the coverage. Kupp scores a touchdown, and the Rams are up 17-3. Unbelievable. 3rd and 20. Todd Bowles defense. Been nobody around anybody for the Rams. Sean McVay continues to destroy Todd Bowles. He's just got no answer for McVay. I mean, dudes are wide open. Wide open. Almost every throw. It's going to be a taunting penalty here. Who's this against? On Levante David on sportsmanlike conduct. We'll see what this one does, but a full-on team meltdown right now by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All Bowles got those head coaching interviews lined up. Looks like Levante David maybe took his helmet off. And now he's yelling at the rest of the players on the sideline. But yeah, guys on the back end of the defense got to get it together pretty quickly. This one's going to get ugly and out of reach really soon. 3rd and 20, you can't get off the field. Not going to win many games that way. A 70-yard touchdown pass to Cooper Kupp, and we'll see. Try and see what the miscommunication is here, if this angle even shows us anything. Looks like Carlton Davis is playing cover 2, and no one is out there in terms of safety. So Edwards thought the play was probably different. Then he can't make the tackle and get him on the ground. But it was basically Davis and Edwards' miscommunication that permitted the last touchdown. And that should be Edwards out there. And Edwards isn't out there. And that's Edwards' mistake. And Edwards has played literally 2 bad games in the last 2 years for the Bucs. And they both come against week 3 against the Rams and this year against the Rams. Unbelievable. They rush 3. Vita steps up. They drop 8, and they give up a 70-yard touchdown on 3rd and 20. It's just incredible. A complete joke of a defensive performance so far. We'll see if they can respond offensively, but it's asking again. We keep talking about it. It's asking a lot of a unit that just doesn't have that many guys at their disposal. There's Jalen Darden from his own 10-yard line. Somehow gets only to his own 14. Unbelievable. No blocking whatsoever. Got 4 yards on that return. I don't think I've ever seen that on a kickoff return. Bucs will start from their own 14, deep in their own end, down 17-3 to the Rams. 14-13 left in the second quarter. And the defense knows it has come out here and been an embarrassment. And David came off the field, threw his helmet, and is chewing out the guys on that defense right now. Rams up 17-3, 14-13 left in the second quarter. What can the Bucs offense do to respond? Another first down run. Fournette, 3 yards, and he's pulled back and hauled down by Ashawn Robinson for the Rams. So 2nd and 7 for the Bucs from their own 17-yard line. And if the Bucs can't respond here, I mean, it is gonna get out of hand very quickly, and you're gonna have Brady dropping back every snap. It's just it's on the precipice of getting ugly because they can't stop the Rams offense at all. And you're pretty soon are gonna have to go pass every play. Here's Brady to Evans, and he drops it. So just an unbelievable lack of focus and concentration from everybody on the field. And that's what, 4 drops already? I mean, you don't want to count Scotty's as a drop, but 4 failed plays by the Bucs offense at receiver. And now 3rd and 7, and they need this one. This is a huge play. Here's Brady back to pass. 4-man rush throws, and that one's going to be incomplete. Evans wasn't open on that play, and he goes to the sideline. It's 4th and 7 from their own 17. The Bucs will punt it away, but you can't win if you're beating yourself too, not against a team like this. Yeah, that Evans was just covered a whole way by Ramsey on that one. So this is rough. This is rough. And now the Bucs defense has not made a stop all day. Is going to have to try and rise up and keep this from being a blowout in the first half. Pinion punts it away. Rams will back up, and punt is going to be fielded at the 28-yard line. Nobody is there in coverage, though, and the Rams are going to get out almost to midfield. This one might get ugly. Hold on to your horses, folks. This one might get ugly. 49-yard line for the Rams, 1st and 10. And the Bucs, you give up any points here, you're in a tough spot. But the Rams are already at midfield. They're about 17 yards away, which is like the average play for them so far in this game. I mean, these are the kind of game, like it's these kind of games that make you just wonder, like what, like Todd Bowles, yes, he does some good things at times, but this is, you have this long to prepare, and there's just absolutely no resistance. I mean, nobody has been even slightly covered in this game, like nobody. So either they're not communicating to each other or you're not communicating well to them, but nobody has been even slightly an option in the game. Like there's no way you win like this. So, I mean, again, it's just a complete failure. Like you have absolutely no answer for anything that's going on. So we'll see now if the Bucs defense can rise up and get a stop. Again, Stafford is having an unreal performance. 9 of 12 for 176 yards. He's averaging almost 15 yards. That's what they need for a field goal base. He's averaging almost 15 yards per pass. Absurd production. I mean, Cooper Kupp 2 for 87 yards. Again, the biggest buck killer in the league right now. And he's going to have, I mean, he is on his way right now. Unbelievable. Offensively, you'd like to talk about some things, but really you just can't. I mean, all they're doing is dropping the football every single time. You know, like you have no idea what would happen after they catch the ball if they caught it. You know, they could be sustained drives, but because nobody catches the ball, it's impossible to say. Like you know, nobody's made a play, so you can't indicate what would be. I mean, they've had a third down drop. Evans probably gets to 3rd and short there. That's how the drives have ended. So we have no idea. Like you could criticize Leftwich, I guess, in some ways, maybe, but he got away from the first down runs. He's went a bunch of times. Got to make plays. Like you're in the NFL, like it's embarrassing to put out this kind of performance in the divisional playoffs. And so that's where they're at right now offensively. They just, like, you can't you can't lose that many opportunities. And so we'll see if this defense has found themselves a little bit after giving up that long touchdown. They're going to need to in a hurry because the Rams are right outside of midfield, and any points here, I mean, it could make this very tough, could make this a 3-score game. And every drive is going to matter from here on out against a great defense. Here's the Rams running in right in the backfield there to make the stop is Raheem Nunez-Roches for a loss of 3. So 2nd and 13 coming up for the Rams offense from their own 46-yard line. Defense must force a few turnovers. I see people in the chat shouting it out. Yes, it's true. They must force a few turnovers. But it feels like it gets harder and harder to do that as you get further away from the game script. Here's an incompletion. And so 3rd and 13, incompletion in the flat there. So 3rd and 13, can you get off the field in this situation? You pretty much have to. I mean, 3rd and 13, this might be it for the Bucs defense. They can get off the field here. They leave the door cracked. It's going to be tough, but leave it cracked. Four-man rush. JTS is out there. No Shaq Barrett on the field on 3rd and 13. No pressure for Stafford as all day to throw throws down the field, incomplete. And Jamel Dean over Odell Beckham in the defense trying to get their mojo back, dancing it out a little bit there. Hey, whatever it takes to get your energy. Every player finds it in different ways for sure. Now the Bucs offense will get another shot. Defense, give them credit, as bad as they've played, and they've been horrible, but they rise up and make a stop there, get a 3 and out right outside of midfield. The offense is going to start likely with pretty tough field position here. We'll see if one of the best punters in the league with Hecker. See if he can pin the Bucs down there deep. We'll also see if Darden plays it correctly. Sends this one skyward, and Darden is going to let it bounce, and that one should be corralled and somehow isn't. Oh my goodness, a great punt by Johnny Hecker. The Bucs get a little bit of luck there finally. This Skowronek let that ball bounce into the end zone, even though he had multiple shots at stopping it before it rolled into the end zone. You don't see that very often. And so the Bucs will start 1st and 10 from their own 20 instead of starting from inside their own 5. Big mistake there by the Rams on special teams. And we'll see that. Can you mount a drive 80 yards away, and can you get something going? If there's one encouraging thing from this start for the Bucs, it's that schematically, when they've protected, which has not been on a couple plays, things have been there for them in the passing game. It's been pretty much exactly what we said last game. Like, things were there. They just didn't execute. That was the problem. Drops were a problem. They allowed the strip sack on the Donald play before the half. Like, there was a lot there for them offensively. They just didn't execute well. And it's basically the same thing. Leftwich has called some great plays, honestly, in this game. He's gotten away from all the first down runs. It's still an issue, I think, but he's gone to play action for several of Brady's throws, brought in an extra blocker to try and help with protection. They're blowing blocks. There's already been 4 drops. It's just hard. You can't overcome those things of play caller. You can't build anything off a rhythm. You can't build off any defensive tendencies. You're always in 3rd and long. It's hell for a play caller. So I know people want to be critical of coaching, but we're not there yet for the offense. Defensively, absolutely. We're not there for the offense, in my opinion. I think most people will agree. Like, they haven't even had many plays because guys can't catch the ball, and so they're not sustaining anything because of that. So it's very difficult to judge offensive performance without that. But I agree that they probably need to try something to get them going here, something to get a spark going. I don't know if it's a trick play, though. But they've got to get going. Mike Evans has got to get going. 3 targets in this game, I believe, no completions. He has a drop, and so they've got to get him going in this game. There's no shot unless they get Mike Evans going a little bit because these other guys are not capable of carrying that load like this. And how do you stop these guys when you go pass heavy, which will happen quickly if they don't get anything on this drive? How do you stop the Rams pass rush from getting home constantly? That's another huge challenge that this group faces now. Bucs down 17-3, 12:32 left in the second quarter of action. Tom Brady just 3 of 10 for 47 yards, but again, about 4 of those have been drop passes. And so it's just hard to judge anything other than the fact that these guys have looked absolutely asleep so far. 1st and 10 from their own 20 for the Bucs offense. How aggressive do they come out here? Brady from the shotgun. Back to pass. Pressure coming around his right side. He gets grabbed by Von Miller, and pass is going to be incomplete. He got the pass off, but no chance at completing it there. Von Miller beat Donovan Smith quickly. And yeah, there was absolutely no shot. No help for Donovan Smith. Got beat out of his stance by Von Miller. Brady hit immediately as he threw. Unbelievable that he wasn't sacked there. That was one of the fastest wins of the year. Here's Brady back to pass, middle of the field. Tyler Johnson. It's 3 yards. And so they're in a 3rd and 7 situation right away. If you can't win first down, everything becomes so much harder. And now the Bucs are trying to move with some tempo, challenge the Rams' communication a little bit, wear out the pass rushers somewhat. Rams teeing off again. Brady back to pass, middle of the field. Has Mike Evans and has the first down. 9 yards to Evans. So they convert 3rd and 7. And will they go pass heavy again? New set of downs. 11, 50, and counting. Left in the second quarter. Brady trying to get everybody lined up in the hurry up. And you've got to avoid getting your own penalties in these situations too, obviously. 1st and 10, Brady back to pass. Quick throw to Evans. It's tackled very quickly. 4-yard gain. Jalen Ramsey out there tackling Evans. So now 2nd and 6. The struggle with going hurry up when you get into these situations is you want to be able to sustain a drive. And if you go 3 and out, or if you go out even 6 and out, you end up giving the ball back to your defense tired. And so here's Brady, middle of the field. Is that pass dropped? I couldn't see Tyler Johnson, and we're probably not going to get a replay with how this thing's gone. But dude's all over Tyler Johnson in the middle of the field. Can you please just show it? Can we see a replay? Okay. We're going to get see a replay? Yeah, and another drop. Tyler Johnson looked like it went through his hands there from Brady, who was under pressure but still made an accurate throw. So now instead of close to a new set of downs, it's 3rd and 6 again for the Bucs. Can't stay out of these situations from their own 36-yard line. Brady back to pass. Pressure coming. He steps up in the pocket, throws, has Evans, makes the catch. Stiff arms Ramsey. Ramsey gets around him, fights forward, and is going to be down to the Rams' 43-yard line. So good post-catch play by Mike Evans. Brady found him for 21 yards, and they've got Mike Evans going a little bit with 3 catches on this drive. They're out to the Rams' 43. The Rams' pass rush is ferocious. Brady is barely surviving. Both tackles are losing almost every rep. He's trying to stay up in the pocket as much as he can and hope that the interior pressure doesn't take over. 1st and 10 for Brady. Back to pass. Pressure immediately. Throws to Evans, who makes the catch, leans forward. He's going to pick up about 7 yards, it looks like. But it's getting ugly over there. They're going to have to help Donovan Smith, too. There's a flag down, and we'll see what this call is. Hopefully this isn't holding on Donovan Smith. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct on Tom Brady. These refs are out to get him. This is unreal. Oh, Von Miller launched head into Brady's chin. No call there. Brady going to the officials. What are we doing? I mean, we can't be serious. Brady yells at the officials. His lip is literally bleeding from the hit. Like, just incredible. Like, his mouth is literally bleeding from the hit. Unbelievable. Brady back to pass. Throws this one. Lost for Fournette. Fournette makes the catch, and he's got the first down. 20-yard gain to Fournette. Brady on the move. Lofts one out. Still talking to the official after the play. He's got to be careful now. These guys are making it about them, as this crew always seems to do. That was a big storyline coming in even nationally for this game. Brady outside of structure, pressure in his face, lofted one up for Fournette on the wheel route. Fournette caught that with one hand because the defender grabbed his other hand and there was no call. His other arm was grabbed by the defender. Fournette had to one-hand it, and somehow there's no penalty there. Brady back to pass again, throws quickly to Fournette, who makes the catch and gets a yard. So it's 2nd and 9 now. They're at the Rams 30. Brady's mouth still has blood on it. He's telling the ref, look at my mouth. Just complete incompetence, which is exactly what you expect from NFL officiating. Here's 2nd and 9. Brady back to pass. Pressure coming from the interior. Another drop. Tyler Johnson. 2 targets, 2 drops for Tyler Johnson. That one would have been a short gain, but it puts you in 3rd and 6 rather than 3rd and 9. And now it's just tough. And I think that's 6 drops for the Bucs so far in this game. I mean, what are you here for, Tyler Johnson, if you cannot make that catch? What is your role? 3rd and 9 for the Bucs from the Rams 30-yard line. Can't take a sack here. Need 9 for a first down. It's a 47-yard field goal from here, but what does that really do for you? Can you get closer? Can you make it a 4th and short attempt? Brady back to pass, 5-man rush immediately in, and he has to throw immediately. No chance, incomplete. I think everybody on the line lost. This is one man against everyone right now. Unreal. From the 30-yard line, 4th and 9. And, yeah. They're going to have to kick the field goal. And now you hope Suckup can make a 47-yarder. I mean, everybody on the line basically lost. Incredible. And a 48-yarder for Ryan Suckup. And he missed it. Wide right. So a great drive by Brady and a great individual effort basically comes up with 0 points. It's one dude against one of the best teams in the NFL right now. I mean, this is too good of a team to be getting teed off on like this. Rest of the Bucs offense looks like they are asleep right now. Brady trying to get them to wake up some, but you're at the point where it's going to be hard without forcing it, and the Rams pass rush is going to keep coming. I mean, there was immediate losses by the offensive line on multiple reps there. Brady made positive plays out of half of them. And yeah, you start to think about if the defense can't get a stop here, what this is going to look like. Because it gets tough. The thing is not so much that they missed the call on the Brady thing. I mean, that's bad enough. But then to immediately flag a dude who has yelled at the refs forever is incredible. And this crew, it's so on brand for them, like to ref exactly the way that they refed in this game for both sides, honestly. Like, I didn't see the one holding call against the Rams. So I don't know if it's a good call or not. But yeah, it's just that's who they've been all season long. And so obviously they convert that. So it doesn't end up affecting things anyway. But yeah, it becomes hard. I mean, you've got to be able to make plays. You've got to be able to get yourself in 3rd and 6. You've got to be able to get yourself in 3rd and 5, at least in those situations. I mean, there's like 7 drops maybe so far in this game. But this team has had those issues with drops. They'll come up in games and they'll just drop a ton of passes. Last year in the playoffs, 12 drops. I think that's one of the most – that's what PFF recorded as drops, by the way, which they're very lenient. But I think that's one of the most drops ever recorded by a team that went on to win a Super Bowl, and they were able to overcome them. But you can't do that consistently when you don't have the same amount of talent you had before. When you have great talent, yeah, you can go out like you did against the Cowboys in week 1 and turn the ball over like crazy and drop the ball, and you can still come out victorious, maybe even against a good team. Right now, they don't have that kind of talent. So, you know, it's just very, very rough to watch. Bucs make the stop after a short gain, so 2nd and 9 for the Rams. But again, Rams great starting field position too. Defense has been horrible, but great starting field position has been a huge plot line in this too. I mean, Rams have had basically short fields to go on almost every single drive, and that'll be the case again here as they'll start from their own 40 or 38-yard line. So see what they can do. 2nd and 9 situation. Bucs did get their first 3-and-out. Rams scored on the 17 points in their first 3 drives. Bucs got a 3-and-out last drive. There's Stafford, no pressure at all, underneath to Akers, who makes Murphy Bunting miss badly, and is going to get to about a 3rd and 3 situation for the Rams after a 6-yard gain. That was a rough miss by, I'm pretty sure that was Murphy Bunting in the flat. 3rd and 3 for the Rams from their own 45-yard line. So another big play for the defense, trying to get off the field. Stafford, has had pretty much all day. Vea has had a good game. He's produced a few times. But for the vast majority of the game, when Vea's not out there, it has been nothing for the pass rush group. Here's 3rd and 3 for the Rams from their own 45. Here's a quick flip out to Akers, and they had him behind the line of scrimmage and missed the tackle. Was it Edwards out there? Had him behind the line of scrimmage and missed the tackle. So back-to-back missed tackles. That one was Mike Edwards. Had him short of the first down. Now 1st and 10 at the 50. And Mike Edwards, who has been great for this team for 2 straight years and great in the playoffs, just can't. The Rams games kill him. Those are literally his only 2 bad games over the last 2 years. Having another one here. 1st and 10 for the Rams from the 50-yard line. Bucs defense got to rise up in these spots. And they're shifting late. Akers gets the ball, and he's going to be hit pretty quickly and drop. Gain of about 2 yards. Carlton Davis is going to say he came away with the football. Sue is asking them to look at it, but I don't think he's going to get the benefit of the doubt there. It looked like Akers was down. So 2nd and 8 coming up here for the Rams. Here's Stafford stepping up in the pocket, out of the pocket, and he's going to get a couple of yards. So 3rd and 5 from the Bucs 45-yard line coming up here. Didn't look like he was under a ton of duress there. Maybe we'll see that one again, but 3rd and 5 for the Rams from the Bucs 45, and this is a huge play in this game. (17-3), the advantage for the Rams here in the second quarter. Bucs defense has to get a stop. It's been a struggle in this first half. And Stafford's going to call timeout. So he wants a chance to talk it over on it. What he knows is a huge play in this game. But again, we keep going over, but this game wouldn't be that bad. Defensively, yes, they've been totally outcoached, but offensively, plays have been there for them to at least have 10 points, to at least have 13 points, to be in striking distance. They have not made those plays that have been right there for them. And so that's where this game gets frustrating, is that they actually have more answers offensively than they probably should with the talent that they have, but players have not executed. You can't have that many drops in the first half of a game and expect to win football games. It won't happen. And you can't have blow protections and have your quarterback getting hit immediately. Like people say, sacks are on a quarterback to a degree, but not when the guy's getting beat immediately in a situation where you should have everybody blocked up. These aren't even slow losses. These are fast. And so that is the kind of stuff that just can't happen. Stafford from the shotgun. Bucs showing a 4-man rush. They move Higbee in motion. Vontae David's against him. Higbee on an in-breaker beats David, and he's going to pick up the first down. Pretty tough spot there for David. I mean, out of the bunch there playing off like that, good luck. 6 yards gain. 6 yards is all you need. Again, don't lose 1st and 2nd down. Don't lose Stafford in the pocket, and you're not in an easy third down situation. But 1st and 10 to the Bucs 39-yard line, and now the Rams just outside of field goal range. And they're chewing clock with this drive too. It has not been the chunk plays we saw as much in other drives. A lot of chewing clock. Stafford from the shotgun takes the snap back to throw. He's going to find Kupp underneath for a short completion. 4 yards and a 2nd and 6 for the Rams. The Bucs 35. Kind of a similar situation for the defense as the last drive. You really can't give up. I mean, you're probably at this point going to give up at least a field goal. Your touchdown is pretty much out of the question in this situation. It's going to be very, very hard. With the personnel you have offensively and who's on the other side defensively, this could get ugly if you can't get that stop. Here's Stafford wide open underneath his Odell Beckham. And then Jamel Dean doesn't come up to make the tackle. And so Beckham is able to get the first down uncontested as well. And so stops his feet and allows Beckham to pick up the first instead of a 3rd and short. If it would have been if Dean came up and made a tackle, now it's a 1st and 10 at the Bucs 28-yard line. Just dumb. This is very much like the Washington game defensively, where not only were they bad schematically, but they also didn't do anything right to help themselves. Penalties, missed tackles, blown coverages, made it extremely easy for the other team. Here's Stafford working from the shotgun now. Backs out and changing some things to the line of scrimmage. 1st and 10, Rams threatening. Stafford back to pass under some pressure, does get out of the pocket, pressure in his face, and he throws this one away. So 2nd and 10 coming up from the Rams from the 28-yard line. They just have not been able to get pressure consistently. And when they do, it's usually a result of coverage. Another reason why I don't always like pressure stats, because they don't necessarily indicate that they got to the quarterback quickly. It could be coverage that made it happen. So 2nd and 10 now for the Rams offense from the 28-yard line. Bucs defense trying to rise up. This is a big one. Got to make these plays. 3:35 left in the second quarter. Rams lead 17-3. Stafford under some pressure here. They try to get a screen out to Michelle, but Levante David read it and drops him for a loss of 4. So 3rd and 14 back to the Bucs 32-yard line. And now the Rams are in a 3rd and long situation, and the Bucs have to get off the field and force a field goal attempt at the very least. Stafford trying to hear. The crowd's still into it, it seems. 3rd and 15. He kind of waved off the sideline. 3rd and long, though. Yeah, as people in the chat saying, right where the Rams want him, right here, 3rd and 14 at the Bucs 32-yard line. And they are going to call timeout now, are the Rams. So try and talk this one over on 3rd and 14. Bucs defense, hopefully they can get their best pass rushers out there in this situation. But obviously you're watching for the screen all the way. They just called a screen on 2nd down. David read it well, made a great stop, but you've got to be able to make that same stop on 3rd down if they go back to it. Rams also need to think about the fact that right now it's a 49, 50-yard field goal attempt. And any yardage closer could get them into position for a field goal, which makes this 20-3, 17-point 3-possession game. So even a field goal is huge here for LA. Third and 14 for the Rams from the Bucs 32-yard line. Can't blow any coverages here. 2:53 left in the second quarter. This one is huge. Stafford from the shotgun moves Kupp in motion. Throws it to Kupp. Murphy Bunting right there. Misses the tackle. Point blank. Missed tackle. Kupp is going to get all the way down 11 yards. He gets close. It's 4th and 3. But Sean Murphy Bunting with his second just atrocious missed tackle. In this, point blank. Wasn't even an elusive move. Just missed him. Dove too early. So the Rams probably not going to go for it here, but now it's a very easy field goal attempt for Matt Gay to put them up 17 points, and the Bucs are basically in gotta-have-it situation before the half. If they can't put points up, it's going to be real tough sledding to go the second half because Rams get the ball to start the second half. And this field goal is up and good by Matt Gay, so it is 20-3. The Rams are all over the Bucs early in this game. I don't think there's been a member of the Bucs defense you could say has had a good first half, except for maybe Vita Vea. But a brutal showing from that side of the ball. The Rams, and putting up 20 points, while Stafford has gone 16-22 for 211 yards and 2 touchdowns. in the first half. The Rams have piled up in total yards 220 in this first half. So on pace for 440 yards in this game, which is about what they typically do to Todd Bowles. So right on pace there. Bucs offensively have to find a way to answer. Brady, despite all the drops, 112 passing yards, has to find a way to rise up here. Got Evans going a little bit on the last drive. It's just hard when you're not protected on a single play and you have to drop back every single time. And now you're in a constant, you're going to be dropping back every time on this drive with 2 minutes and 19 seconds left. Here's the kickoff. Darden is going to field this at the 1 yard line. So some great kickoffs, and Darden is just absolutely lost. I mean, what is he doing? 15-yard line for Jalen Darden, who is just terrible all year long. Just an absolute mistake in the return game. Bucs offensive line got to find a way to get some going. They have been no resistance at all. And now the Rams going to start, or the Bucs going to start from way in their own end thanks to Jalen Darden. Here's Brady from the shotgun. And immediate loss. Aaron Donald beats Marpet and Smith, split them, and gets the sack on Brady. And you've got, firmly in the territory where you are worried about Brady surviving this game. This has played out pretty much exactly how the worst case scenarios for the Bucs would play out. Beat yourselves on offense and defense, and the Rams just straight up have way more talent than you. And now Brady sacked for a loss of 7, and so the clock is going to move to the 2-minute warning. Bucs will be in 2nd and 17 from their own 8, down 17 points in the second quarter. Complete meltdown around Tom Brady today. Everybody on the offense, just a complete disappointment. It's a shame. They could have been a lot better than this offensively. Defensively, that unit might just be lost. Todd Bowles might just be lost, but offensively, they could have been better than this. They had these players had the potential to do better than this, and they just have not done it. They have played horrible football. And now you're in a situation where you've got 2nd and 17, 2-minute warning. You can't eat the ball. You can't eat the ball, but man, it's hard because there's not a lot of answers. If you got to try and go for it, but if you get the ball back to the Rams, the game's probably over. Rams get the ball, chance to go 2 for, they're going to score on one of those 2 drives, or maybe both, at least the way your defense is going. So if they can't convert this 2nd and 17, and the odds are obviously very much against them, it's going to be real tough. Real tough. So we'll see what the Bucs can do here with 2nd and 17. If they can't get something before the half, man, it's hard to see it happen in the way the Rams have moved the football. And that first down sack by Donald, especially how quick it was. I mean, it was immediate over 2 guys who've played at an all-pro level this season, but not today. Nobody's playing like it today. I mean, I give the Rams credit. They look like a Super Bowl team. They look like the type of team that wins it all. But no resistance today either, especially defensively. None. A lot of pressure on the Bucs here. 2nd and 17 from the 8-yard line. Will this one get out of hand, or can they keep it somewhat close? Brady from the shotgun, back to pass. Von Miller in his face, throws down the field, intercepted. Nick Scott got underneath it, picks it off, and the Rams are going to take over deep in Bucs territory. And this one, folks, looks like it's in real danger of being over. Rams are going to take over at the 31-yard line of the Bucs, already in field goal range. A touchdown here essentially ends it. Great play by Nick Scott. This third string safety there, read that one all the way. Gronk trying to run underneath it rather than stop and go up for it. Brady's putting that one in a tough spot for sure. I mean, no, it's probably just not open. But when you're in 2nd and 17, those are the spots you get in. (20-3), the Rams lead. 1:53 left in the game. Bucs trying to avoid complete and total embarrassment in this first half. Well, they've probably already failed to avoid that. Rams running over tacklers for 7 yards, 2nd and 3 from the Bucs 24-yard line. Clock is winding. Rams trying to kill this clock and then have a chance to score on the other side of the half too. Bucs getting pulverized at home, and now Carlton Davis is shaken up. Looks like Carlton Davis is going to be able to walk off here. Got ran over by Cam Akers on that play. Tackling has been atrocious for the Bucs in this game. But honestly, it's like way down the list of concerns. Bucs were favored going into this game. That is, I see people mentioning in the chat. That is incredible to think about. I have no clue what people were doing there. I know I picked them to pull what in my mind I thought was an upset, but favored. I mean, the odds were could not have been good. I just, yeah, it's befuddling to me. 2nd and 3 for the Rams. Stafford from the shotgun, Kupp's in the backfield next to him. They lead Kupp out of the flat and throw underneath, wide open Tyler Higbee. He's going to make the catch for 7 yards and a first down. I mean, I don't think anybody's been close on a single Stafford throw. I don't know if anybody's been close to anything that he's thrown other than the miscommunication in the end zone. I mean, everybody, it's wide open on every throw. It's hard to imagine how Todd Bowles game plans for this. Here's Stafford wide open once again. Van Jefferson, Sean Murphy Bunting playing a mile off him, and he's going to have 11 yards. So it's 1st and goal from the 6-yard line, and the Rams are about to blow out the Bucs. First and goal from the Rams from the 6-yard line, 105. They're trying to obviously give the Bucs no time on the clock. Stafford has had fantasy football Madden-like first half. No resistance from anybody in the Bucs. Stafford going under center. Takes a snap, hand off, Akers, straight ahead, not going to get anywhere. Sue and several others there to stand him up. And now the Rams on 2nd and goal. From the 6-yard line, Stafford, handoff, Akers, missed tackle, and he's knocked down finally by Winfield at the 2-yard line. Ref says he's down. Ball did come out. Officials saying he was down. It looked like he was down, but he did land on Winfield, so we'll see. Ooh. His head hit the ground first. I'm not sure. I want to see that one again. I was looking for an arm. I didn't see an arm, but can your head, his head hit for? I don't think anything hit other than the head, and then the ball came out. Ball is coming out before he's down. I think that might be a fumble. Ball's moving before his head hits, though. Even if your head's down, the ball was moving already. Yeah. We'll see. Winfield recovered it right near the goal line. Officials are looking at it. I don't know. I mean, refs haven't really shown up for this game, but that looked like a fumble to me. And that could momentarily leave the door cracked for the Bucs if they get this call. I think the ball's coming out before his head even hits. So yeah, it's reviewed. Did I say challenge or I don't know if people are talking to somebody in the chat, but I don't know if I said challenge. I meant review. Yeah, that looked like a fumble. Yeah, head counts for people asking in the chat. Head, but to me, the ball was coming out before the head even hurt there. So let's see what the call is. I'm looking on Twitter trying to see if there's any indication of. Yeah, it looked like a fumble to me. Feels like too little, too late, but Antoine Winfield Jr. comes up and somehow forces that one. It looks like that. So we'll see if they reverse it. It looks like pretty clear that one was going to be a fumble, seeing that replay a couple more times on Twitter. So the killer for the Rams, if it is indeed reversed, and it looks like it's going to be. So that is going to be a fumble, and that ball is coming out before his head hits. You can see it there. So they stave off complete embarrassment. 1st and 10 for the Bucs. They'll take it from their own 1 or 2 here, and with just a couple seconds left, they'll get to the half. Obviously can't get a safety here. I think Winfield recovered it at like the 1, so. But the Rams get the ball to start the set. It would have been if Akers, even goes down there, like the Rams would get the ball to start the second half too, with basically against a defense that hasn't done anything against them. So there's 18 seconds left in the half. And it's 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense. 19 seconds make it from their own 1-yard line. So probably going to try and sneak it and get it out of the end zone here and get to the half. Or like a tight kneel. Yeah, I can't kneel it. Sneak it. Yeah. And that'll go to the half. So the Bucs, a complete embarrassment of a first half. 20-3 is the Rams' advantage over Tampa Bay at halftime. It could have been worse. They're lucky it's not worse. But the Rams totally dominate the Bucs in the first half, and the Rams will get the ball to start the second half as well. So I don't know what the crowd is doing right now. I see people in the chat saying boos, but man, it has been a rough one for the Bucs in the first half. No question. Execution and coaching have been pretty pitiful. So can they come back? 17 points down. It starts with a stop defensively to start the second half. But in that first half, there wasn't much to be excited about. And so they need to be able to get something going. It starts with being able to protect Brady, though. They haven't been able to do that whatsoever. And on top of that, they've had a handful of drops. And so it's been pretty much, there's really been nothing to be excited about. Offensively, I don't hate the game plan at all. It's just, they just have to execute. And defensively, everything's been bad. Players have been bad. Coaching's been bad. It's all been bad. And we don't even get a chance to talk about the officials. So Rams 20, Bucs 3 at halftime. Scott Reynolds dropping in here shortly to give you some of the stats. But here's one for you to chew on for a second here. 18, 24 for 229 yards and 2 touchdowns for Stafford. Not totally dissimilar to the start from Pat Mahomes against the Bucs when they played the Chiefs. So yeah, I mean it's been horrible for the Bucs defense. And you know, when you give Brady a chance, you're gonna win almost all the time. They have not given him a chance in this game, so we'll never know. But they have not given him a chance, and that's where it gets hard. Like if you don't even give your best player a chance, and everybody else is also pitiful, like on the field, it becomes very difficult to win these types of games against good teams. And this is why when they're playing the Jets and it's close and they're dropping all these balls and they're blowing opportunities, we always harp on it. We say, like, these are the problems, these things. And everybody's like, oh, they won in the end. Like you guys said this, you won in the end. But when we're talking about these things, we're saying when it happens against a better team, that process is going to lose you football games. And we're seeing it in this game. That process of playing sloppy, of dropping passes, of blowing protections offensively is killing them. Defensively, the process of getting carved up by quarterbacks like Taylor Heineke and Zach Wilson and guys like that. When you play Matt Stafford, this is what's going to happen, Scott.
Yeah, exactly right, John. This is this is a perfect storm of bad for the Buccaneers, right? I mean, just everything from blown assignments on defense. We saw Devin White giving up a touchdown down there, kind of freelancing a little bit, not sticking with his assignment. Same thing with Mike Edwards on that deep touchdown to Cooper Kupp, but we'll get some clarification on that play, I'm sure, after the game. But I'm going to trust Carlton Davis over Mike Edwards on that particular play.
It looked like Edwards to me.
Yeah, it did. And you know, again, it's like you can't beat the Rams without creating takeaways. Now, that was a takeaway down there, right? That was a hero play by Antoine Winfield because that could have absolutely been the dagger. I'm not sure that the dagger has not already been placed in the Buccaneers because I just don't know that they have enough offensive firepower to put, 17 points on the board to tie the game. And John, that means for the Buccaneers to tie this game, the Rams have to be held scoreless.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
That's the part. People are like,
that's the problem.
Second half offense, Brady. I think they could get 17 points, but
yeah, for sure.
I don't know that the defense can stop anybody.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the problem. And Ted Curtis, I'm not sure if you put the super chat up there, but I just looked at this. How disappointing has it been to watch Tyler Johnson, Sean Murphy-Bunting this season? And I agree. These were players that stepped up big time last year, in addition to Scotty Miller too. And they have not stepped up this year, right? And listen, this is not all Sean Murphy-Bunting's fault. Mike Edwards had a bad miss on a third down tackle. Mm-hmm. Sean Murphy-Bunting had a bad miss on that Cooper Kupp tackle right before their last field goal attempt. And this is the sloppy tackling we've seen, John, pretty much all season. But Brady and the offense has kind of covered that up a little bit, right, for the Buccaneers. And, I don't think the answer is blitzing Matt Stafford because he's getting rid of the ball so quickly, getting the ball out of his hands. And when you've got so many of these offensive weapons presenting themselves as targets so quickly, Cam Akers in the flat, Tyler Higbee across the middle, Cooper Kupp out in the flat, or running a little 5-yard hook and then getting yards after the catch and picking up first downs. It doesn't matter because the blitzes aren't going to get there in time. And so that's part of the problem. Let's look at the stats here. Actually, this is we don't need that. That's the matchups. The matchups are not going so well right now for the Buccaneers. The stat line there for Brady: 10 of 22 for 112 yards and the interception. He just is not having enough help, right? I mean, this is not a crisp game from Brady. At the same time, Mike Evans has a drop. Rob Gronkowski has a drop.
Tyler Johnson has 2.
Yep.
It's been pitiful, Scott. And you get down in a game and you're going to get from anybody, these kind of throw. You get down, you're under pressure. I mean, some of the sacks, some of the pressures, some of the plays Brady's got out of. The 20-yarder to Fournette. Oh, yeah. The big one, the 29 to Gronk. Yeah. Like those immediate pressure, immediately blown protections. Yes. So it's been hell of a situation.
Yeah, the offensive line has not played well. Aaron Donald is just asserting himself, whether it's from the right side. He actually got a sack Looked to either be against Donovan Smith or in that B gap between Smith and Marpet down there by the goal line right before the interception that Brady threw. Leonard Fournette has been good. They've needed him to be good. They could use him to be great, but I think so far so good. He's got over 60 yards combined in the first half, but it really hasn't been much other than that. Mike Evans had a couple nice back-to-back gains on Jalen Ramsey on a drive in the second quarter, but they just weren't able to capitalize on that. Rob Gronkowski been held to one catch for 29 yards, and of course the interception was thrown his way, and you saw the double coverage with the safety over the top. 3 unsportsmanlike conduct calls. The Ndamukong Suh call was, by the rule.
Stafford jotted him too, but you still got to be smarter than that.
Well, you can't point your finger at the guy 3 times. I think one time you get away with it. You keep, if you keep essentially poking the bear 3 times like that, the refs are going to say enough is enough. They're going to let some trash talk occur. But when Sue kind of did that 3 times and stayed in this space, I think that the refs, as much as I hate to say it, because I think it's kind of a ticky-tack call. I mean, it's acceptable. The one that's just ludicrous, though, is the Tom Brady. First of all, he takes a clear shot to the chin that splits his lip, okay? And then he turns around and essentially points out, hey, look at this blood. Where did this come from, right? This is not like a Gene Simmons blood capsule in the middle of a Kiss concert here, right? This is real blood that happened when I took a shot to the chin from Von Miller. And then because he's pointing that out, that the ref blew the call, he gets an unsportsmanlike conduct call, which is, in the words of Bruce Arians, absolute horseshit. And
unbelievable.
And it's this type of stuff that can start to get in your head as a player. Levante David, throwing his helmet off, again, that's kind of a ticky-tack call. If he would have been about 2 yards further to the sidelines, off the field, and that happens, then it's not even a call. So I just think some of these calls are a little on the egregious side, and maybe it's the Rams' turn, John. Maybe that's what the NFL wants, right? They've wanted LA to have a team so bad, and they built them a stadium. Now they have 2 teams out there, and they're hosting the Super Bowl this year. So why not just help the Rams get to LA for the Super Bowl?
I mean, there's no question, but obviously the Rams don't even need help. That's what I'm trying to say.
The Buccaneers are helping LA the most.
Right. The Rams, the Bucs, whatever you want to say, like the Rams don't need the help. They're doing, has Stafford, the Dean dropped a pick in the end zone on a miscommunication. Stafford, I don't know if he's trying to throw it away, whatever. But I mean, Stafford is not thrown to a covered guy like all game. Like pretty much everybody's been wide open.
Yeah, they've been open. Yeah, they
totally wide open.
And the Buccaneers, they got that one takeaway, the one sack, and it's just not been enough. Vita Vea had a nice pressure up the middle with the sack. The problem is, John, is it against a team like the Rams that are going to get rid of the ball so quickly. You've got to have quickness, athleticism, and suddenness in your pass rush to be able to get home. The only guy up front that they're rushing out of their 4 that has that is Shaq Barrett. And again, we've seen it. Rob Havenstein is just eating him for lunch. Again, it's predictable. Yeah, and I'd like to see Havenstein on the right-hand side. Jason Pierre-Paul is just a pedestrian at this point.
Yeah,
he just is. And Vita Vea, he can push the pocket, but the problem is Stafford's getting rid of the ball too quickly because the receivers are open. And
there's basically been nothing. Vea's the only guy defensive I feel like who's actually played.
Yeah, I agree. Well. I agree. And the other thing, John, is okay. So you say, all right, take out Sue or take out Vea or take out Raheem Nunez-Roches, and you put in, maybe you put in Joe Tron-Shoyinka to get more athleticism up front. That's fine. All Stafford and McVay are going to do is just audible to a run play, right? And just run the ball rather than throw the ball in those situations. So I don't know. I just don't think the Buccaneers, from a personnel standpoint, from a coaching standpoint, have enough firepower or playmakers on either side of the ball at this point to make much of a difference. And, I would love to be wrong. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Whatever happens, love you all at Pewter Report and love our Bucs fans. We love you, Jonathan. Thank you for that. And I wish that that I could be more confident and give Buccaneer fans a little bit of hopium here in the second half. But I haven't seen enough from either side of the ball, John, in the first half to make me feel comfortable. This would take the Buccaneers doing everything right and the Rams starting to do things really, really wrong for them to be able to come back from this 20-3 deficit.
Yeah, they're not going to create it. It's going to be if they were to come back, it'd be a collapse from the Rams, and that's not really something McVay. I mean, he just lost his first game to 49ers, I think, when they was leading at halftime,
right?
And what they were leading by a point, I want to say at that point. So 17 points feels pretty safe. If you're the Bucs, the one thing you're encouraged by, if you would be if it was closer, at least in the score, is that offensively they actually schematically, I felt like they got to what they wanted in a lot of ways, Scott. They were they had guys open. They have missed plays in this game that were critical. Draw passes have been huge. They've beaten themselves, I thought, more. Now it's 20-3. It changes everything. It doesn't matter what the Rams were doing before. Now they're playing different defensively. Now it's going to be really hard. And you could see that even in the last drive. Brady sack, immediate pressure, Vaughn jumping in his face, throws the pick. You're trying to get 17 yards back. Everything goes out the window and that stuff. But at the beginning of the game, I thought schematically the plan was fine in terms of what they came out and tried to do. They just didn't execute. I mean, you got a 3rd and 4 screen, perfect, right behind the Rams, pressured out up. And Brady drops the ball, first down.
Can't catch, exactly, Just not enough playmakers, for Brady right now. And
even just competent play though. That that would even just catching a wide open ball with room to run, like that's the kind of stuff. Like you can't even make those plays. It's not like anybody's been asked to do things special. If they were, I'd say coaching staff,
just do the regular, just do the basic. Give yourself a chance, stuff. But they're not.
And those plays, I mean, Gronk dropped a 3rd down, and the defender, broke on it.
I mean, Mike Evans had a pass in the flat right in his hands and just dropped.
That's a first down or a 3rd and short, and then instead it's a 3rd and 7. They end up going 3 and out. And again, 3 third downs have been dropped. So offensively, it's hard for me. Like it's hard for me to be critical of Byron Leftwich because of that. Like there have not been a lot of calls that have been like what is he doing? It's players.
Sometimes it's not the coordinators. I know Bowles is going to get carved up by fans and some in the media, but listen, I guarantee you that he did not script or draw up the blown coverage by Mike Edwards. Right? It's just
the communication stuff from them against the Rams has been constant though.
That's a problem.
I mean, almost every time they blow coverages against the Rams, whether it's early this year, the last meeting, like that's been a consistent issue, and so. For some reason, there's some type of communication happening between coaches and players that is not hitting when they play this team. And whatever whether some of the Rams are checking to, I don't know, but it makes it very difficult. And the third quarter is about to get going here.
I see JC Allen's getting ready to pop on, so I'm going to pop off and let JC and you talk about some strategy here as the Bucs will be playing defense again here to start the third quarter.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate you jumping in. JC, rough first half, not much to be excited about. Anything optimistic for Bucs fans? They want optimism. Brady came back in the Super Bowl 28-3. That's true. That's true. I don't know if his defense was playing like that. Well, I mean, they had some rough moments. You watched the game. I can't hear you.
I've seen Brady do more with less, so we'll see. But, I mean, they're in a deep hole. Brady's played pretty well. It's just, as you just mentioned, drop balls,
Yeah, it's kind of one of those games you'll never know, right? Like whether he would have, because you don't have enough opportunities to stay on the field. Then it's out of hand. And, 20-3, most quarterbacks aren't going to play well in that situation against a pass rush like the Rams. So
Tyler Johnson's been killing them.
Oh, man, what a disappointing year for Tyler Johnson. Defense has got to come out and make a play. Yeah, he did. They thought it was really going to be the year that when he stepped in and had this huge opportunity all year long to be productive, but it just has not gone that way whatsoever. So Rams are going to start with the ball. Bucs are going to kick off, and the Rams have a 17-point lead. So they'll start from their own 25-yard line. Stafford under center, and he's got 11 personnel out there with him. He's going to hand off to Akers, who's going to try to run around the right side. Carlton Davis is there, and so is Jordan Whitehead, and he'll be knocked down after a gain of 2. So 2nd and 8 for the Rams offense from the own 27.
That is definitely encouraging that Carlton Davis is out there because, working on that shoulder, we know that was an injury that he dealt with earlier in the year as well. So glad to see he's back out there.
Right.
Because without him, they had no chance.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. They really needed him. Are we synced up okay? I'm seeing Bowles on the sideline right now.
Yep.
And now the Rams
Allen
come
just
to the
waving
line of
his
scrimmage.
finger when coming to the ball.
Yeah. So here's Stafford. Working from the shotgun. Kupp's in the backfield next to him. They've done that a lot in this game. Kupp caught a 70-yarder. He's 100 yards receiving, but 70-yarder counted for most of it. Here he is looking off Sean Murphy-Bunting and throwing a whole shot to Odell Beckham. So Stafford just out here balling right now. 17-yard throw, and it's 44-yard line of the Rams.
He's out there just tossing the ball like he's playing football with his buddies in the playground.
Yeah.
He's had no opposition at all. I don't know what Bulls are doing. Sean Murphy-Bunting has got to get off the field.
Yeah, he's killing him for sure. He kind of bites up here on the flat. They high-low him a little bit, and Dean's got to close that gap as well there. But yeah, it's a tough one. Too wide open down the field for sure, though. No question about that. Here's the Rams from their own 44-yard line. Stafford's going to hand off Cam Akers, and here comes the Bucs run defense, and they're all there. Dean, White, and McClendon. By the way, if there's one silver lining, not that anyone cares, but the Bucs have dominated against the run. 14 carries, 30 yards for the Rams. 2 of those were Stafford runs. Akers has 12 for 25. He's averaging 2.1 yards per carry. It just doesn't matter because they have absolutely no answers against the pass at all.
246 yards to the air. You don't really need to rely on the pass at all. I mean, it's just
you wonder how bad it would be if the Rams just ran through every play. This is more than they've run in other games, and obviously they're trying to get off the field in these.
Yeah, I mean, you run the clock. That hopefully they start trying to run the clock out because they won't be able to. But
here's Stafford. JPP jumped, but I believe he's saying the play clock ran down, so it couldn't be defensive offside because the one official is saying defensive offside, but he's saying play clock ran down, so it couldn't be.
Well, we all know how this is going to go. It's going to LA is going to.
They're going to get him for the delay game. And that looked right because the clock hit 0 and JPP only jumped because of that. That's what he was saying right away. He's like,
yeah, I love how Scott came on here and said what everyone's thinking. The NFL wants LA to host the LA in LA. They want that Super Bowl matchup in LA with the Rams in it. That's what they want. That's what they want.
I'm not buying any of that. Y'all are wild with that stuff. Bucs have been horrible.
Hockey League is terrible too. I mean
Hockey League is horrible. Yeah, but they haven't needed that help. Way better.
Execution. That's what
Yeah. Here are the Rams on 2nd and 18. So that penalty, big one, now puts the Bucs have to get off. You can't give up a 2nd and 18 down 20-3. Here's Stafford throwing. Has Kupp. David makes the stop. It's going to be a big gain though. 3rd and 9.
David stays down on the ground. That's not good.
David's down, injured.
Oh, man.
And he gets up slowly. Man, it looked like an innocuous tackle, didn't it? Havenstein is just killing Shaq Barrett.
Yeah, it's not good. I will say in the gamer, obviously Pewter Report, we put out the post game wrap up after every game. I titled the second half of it "Second Half Comeback." Obviously, it might not stay that way, but I'm trying to put it in the universe.
Trying to speak it into
existence.
This defense might need that from you. So 3rd and 9 for the Rams from the 45-yard line.
Anything I can do to help.
Bucs got to get a stop here. Got to get off the field. Or is it 3rd and 5? Excuse me, not 3rd and 9. Bucs showing pressure. They didn't blitz a ton in that first half. It didn't matter. And they're going to send JTS. Nobody gets home. Stafford all day. Throw over the middle and a great play. Devin White tipped the ball.
I had
knocked it down. 4th and 5.
I had a double take right there.
Wow. So aided by the penalty for sure, and by the fact that the Rams are still trying to run the ball, but a good play by Devin White in zone coverage there.
Just the second punt of the game by the Rams. You need these stops because you got but it's a two-sided thing, John. You got the stop, great. Now Brady's got to go out there and execute with his offense, and that is something that they have not been able to do.
Right.
So.
And the field position's been a problem, and it's going to be a problem again. An unreal punt from Johnny Hecker. That ball's going to be out of bounds. It looks like at the 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And that's where the Bucs offense will start. So that's been the huge part of this too, is not only have the Bucs struggled offensively, and a lot of it's due to the lack of talent that they have out there compared to what they're used to, but there's just no question that they have been backed up consistently and had a hard time when you got to drive 20 extra yards. I mean, Jalen Darden has put on a clinic about how to lose your job in the NFL. And so it becomes really difficult as an offense when you're behind the 8 ball that much. Losing special teams and losing on offense.
And defense for that matter too, John.
Yeah, oh yeah, that goes out to me.
The ineptitude of
Yeah.
both of these units to
Right.
get anything going or get any stops has just been the story of the game. I mean,
right. But the defense, I mean, this could be an embarrassment in the defense, getting the fumble, although I don't know if it was forced or Akers just dropped it. Winfield's obviously they're making the tackle. Didn't look like it was ripped out, but either way, like you get a stop there and you get a stop there. So I mean, this game looked like it's about to be touchdown. And so, I mean, you keep it within striking distance here. And it's hard to believe that the offense is going to muster much life with the way that those guys played in the first half. I mean, you just had offensive line. I mean, that many quick wins for a defensive line. Brady's throwing the ball fast, JC. It's just,
he is.
It just hasn't really mattered. They're losing every battle up front.
That Cam Brate play was designed perfectly on third down, man. He just didn't catch it. That was a beautiful call by Byron Leftwich, and it just drops. I mean, Gronk had the first drop on that third down conversion. You had Tyler Johnson with another one. Then Cam Brate. I know it's years ago now, and it didn't turn into anything. But that Leonard Fournette one-handed catch was, that was something of beauty. That was just amazing, and he got held on the play as well. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, by the way, Seth Walter from ESPN said Stafford at halftime versus man coverage, 5 of 8, 33 yards, 4.1 yards per attempt versus zone, 13 of 16, 196 yards, 12.2 yards per attempt. Pretty much exactly what Paul and I told you all week. If you play zone, you'll get killed. Against Stafford, they played zone, they got killed. You play man, you've got a chance. You play two man, you got a chance. Bulls didn't do it. Bulls got killed. And it wasn't like we were super smart figuring it out. It's not that hard. Like when you've played a guy and you've seen a guy against every team and you've seen the splits, but Bulls does what he does. He thinks he can outsmart everybody by doing what he always does and paying the price for it in that first half, obviously. But good stop to start the second half, obviously aided by the penalty. And now the Bucs will start from their own 5-yard line.
It's a 95-yard drive.
Yeah. No big deal. Here's a handoff. Leonard Fournette runs over the middle, runs over a guy, and a 7-yard gain for Lenny. 2nd and 3 from the Bucs 12 now. Still going to try and run the football. I mean, there's no fast way to get all this yardage back, but this is not a running team. Like they can't come back running the football. And so I know they want to establish some, but you've seen it. After they get positive plays rushing, it is hard for them to string plays together like that running the football. They just don't have enough schematic differences in what they do to be able to be successful that way. 2nd and 3, Fournette hit in the backfield and dropped. He'll lose half a yard. And so 3rd and 3, and that's pretty much what I'm talking about there, JC.
Exactly. I mean, there's one way you got to keep teams honest, right? And say, hey, we're not out of it enough to the point where we're not going to keep running the ball because they've had some success with it. It's just the timing of it has been terrible. First down runs, you put yourself into a hole. Right there, I think 2nd and 3, you look to pass it.
Yeah.
But then, there you go. No gain. Now you're stuck in 3rd and 3, backed up, and you have to rely on
Tyler Johnson drops the ball in 3rd and 3.
Tyler Johnson to catch the ball.
It's just unbelievable.
Tyler
Johnson has 3 drops today.
Brady's still coming back to him.
Yes. He's got to settle down in that area and chill out and stop and catch that ball. He's running to the linebacker in zone coverage. He's got to sit in that space and make the catch.
Just inexperience. That's all it is. And if you look, thinking about it now, back on that Saints play, it's not like he did, last year. Like he did anything incredible. It's not like he ran a correct route or anything like that. That was amazing. He did pretty much the same thing, John. He just came down with the ball.
Yeah. It's just amazing, man.
People still think that Tyler Johnson.
And
here we go. Big return. Wow.
Big return down inside the 30 to the 20-some yard line.
You think people still think Tyler Johnson can take over Chris Godwin's spot next year?
Remember that? My gosh. Pitiful. I mean, he has been so bad this year. It's unbelievable how bad he's been. And that's it. No resistance. Special teams hasn't shown up whatsoever at all. And Bucs are going nowhere fast, man. They're lucky it's not 30-some already to 3. It might not be long before it is. 1st and 10 for the Rams at the Bucs 28-yard line. Short fields all day for the Rams.
Who's the lower seed tonight? The Bills, right? Put your money on them.
Bills. Yeah, lower seeds every game if the Rams can finish this thing off. From the 28-yard line, Stafford with Akers in the backfield next to him. Rams trying to end it in the third quarter. Back to pass. No pressure. Throws. Complete along the sideline, but at least tight coverage. Dean contested it. That's the first contested catch we've really seen. And it's the Rams kind of day because it's their like third string tight end, Kendall Blanton, making that catch against Dean. Unbelievable.
I just have no words. I mean, look how far off Dean's playing too. Like there's just.
I mean, how do we not make a play on the ball? That was the worst route I've ever seen. That was just an atrocious route. That should have been a pick. Stafford throwing that is crazy. That's a disrespectful throw right there.
Yeah.
Just let it happen. I mean, you can't let that kind of route, like you got to destroy that kind of route. Took him 10 years to stop. Here's Stafford, middle of the field, wide open. Cooper Kupp breaks the tackle. Jamel Dean gets out of bounds. Carlton Davis, 4-yard gain. 2nd and 6 from the Bucs 13-yard line now.
They just have no answers for Cooper Kupp. Just nothing.
I said he's probably the biggest buck killer in the league, right, JC? I mean,
And you gave them the answers. They have. It's not they don't have the personnel. It's just execution. And technique. Again, tackling. I stressed that in the pregame show, and I don't know. It's non-existent. It's these guys think they can just, one arm bring the. I don't even know. Shoulder tackles, one arm wraps. Like, let's go.
Yep. Here's Stafford throwing back shoulder Beckham. He pushed off, but no call.
No flag.
No flag. Pushed off Dean. No flag. And the Rams are setting up 1st and goal here to finish this thing off. The Bucs 3-yard line.
Well,
And Josh Wells, by the way, is heading to the locker room.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, you got to go to win, but you got to be careful with play calling. Like, you can't leave Brady exposed all the way.
Well, the Bucs came up with a big stop on that first drive of the game, holding them to a field goal. Let's see if they can do the same thing here. Got 3 wide, Akers in the backfield. OBJ motions to the top.
Yep.
And it's a handoff to Akers. Brought down.
And they're going to stop him around the
1.5 yard line.
JPP and Golston there on the stop, and defense has been shredded today. A brutal performance by Todd Bowles' group. Lucky it isn't worse than this, and the Rams threatening now 2nd and goal from the 1. Stafford from the shotgun. Odell Beckham in motion. Hands off. Akers. And he's going to be stopped short of the goal line, I believe.
3rd and 1.
3rd and goal from the 1.
You got a big stop right here. I think they still go for it no matter what. So you got 2 plays that you have to stop. They're not going to kick a field goal here. They have a chance to put the game away. So you have 2 more plays to stop them. I could see a pass play happening right here.
Mm-hmm. Rams about a yard away, maybe less than a yard away. Stafford under center. He's going to keep it himself, and he'll plow forward. That looks like he's in easily, and he is. Touchdown Rams, and they're an extra point away from it being 27-3, and this one looks like it's over. Tough sledding for the Bucs. Obviously, a lot of injuries, but that doesn't excuse what happened here defensively. Offensively, you knew things were going to be a struggle when they dropped the ball and beat themselves. It becomes more of a struggle. Could have had more points than 3, but probably weren't going to get to 27 today, and certainly not as many as the Rams will finish this game with the way things are going. So defense gave them absolutely no shot to win this game today.
Oh, makes you wonder if, even if they had Cyril Grayson or Brashad Perriman, would the outcome be different? And now Nachos looks like he's injured.
Nacho down on the field, 27-3 if the Rams can get this extra point. Nacho down on a knee. brutal, especially not to show up. That's embarrassing.
Just
That's embarrassing. To lose is fine. To not show up is embarrassing because of how much you did to beat yourself. And the Rams are better, no question. The Rams are better than this. That's why I said it's unreal. The Bucs are favored. Like Vegas was absolutely tripping. If the Bucs were going to win, it would have been an upset type of game. I don't care what the line was, but this has been embarrassing.
9 of the points scored by Matt Gay too. Stings a bit if you're a Bucs fan with a kicker.
Well, Suckup missed one too. I mean, obviously they won the Super Bowl last year, and Suckup was amazing. So I mean,
but it's still
no regrets there. But yeah, I mean, Gay's been a good kicker. I think it was getting a reliable veteran, and obviously they made the right call there. But Gay's played well. Good for him for turning around his career, especially even at Ray J. But yeah, no resistance. And now you just worry, how ugly is it going to be to finish, and how healthy can you keep everyone else? You don't want to suffer injuries in a game like this, 7 minutes left in the third quarter. How about everybody who said Matt Stafford was basically the same thing as Jared Goff? Going into the playoffs, not going into the year. I'm going into the playoffs. I mean, there are people out there who really believe that. Like, it's like a 1-for-1. Like, dog, what are you talking about? Does Jared Goff get crap sometimes when he shouldn't? Maybe, but dude, these guys aren't in the same league. Stafford only needed a team, man. That's it. He's always been a baller.
Yeah. What is that for the Bucs on that last drive? That's a third drop on third down, or is that fourth drop on third down?
That would be the fourth drop on third down. Yeah.
Wow. And Josh Wells with an ankle injury was suffering a quad injury during the week, so now suffering a separate injury. It's probably he's questionable to return, but I don't see him coming back in. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here. Do they go with Alex Kappa, slide him out to right tackle? Do they bring in Nick Leverett, who Bruce Arians mentioned played all over the line? Is it Aaron Stinney that moves into right guard and Kappa at right tackle? It's going to be really interesting to see what they come up with here once the Bucs take the ball back, probably at the 15 or 10-yard line with a dart in return.
Right.
Gay's like, yeah, this guy can't return. I ain't kicking into the end zone. Just give it to him at the 1 or 2, and he'll burn himself. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, not great. And 4 third down drops definitely highlight the type of day it's been offensively. Again, I think the Rams obviously getting pressure has been something you knew was going to happen. The Bucs were going to have to make the plays when that didn't happen. When Brady got them out of those situations, they just haven't done it. Like enough plays have been there for them to at least move the ball. And then who knows what happens. Offensively, they have done a lot of self-inflicted stuff. Defensively, they have been taken to school by a team and a coach that's way better than anything they can put out there.
Oh yeah. If the Rams do go ahead and hold on to win this, John, what kind of person are you? Are you the team that beat us, I want them to win the Super Bowl? Or are you the go 49ers, hopefully knock off the team that beat you? I know,
Oh, you mean for Rams 49ers?
Yeah, like just, with the Steelers or with your team or whatever. Are you the type of guy that you want the team that beat your team to get knocked out next? Or do you think, hey, if this team goes all the way, it's a testament of how good they were, so I can feel better about beating us?
I think it's pretty clear the Rams are awesome. People buried them after they lost 3 games in the middle of the regular season. They're so similar to the Bucs last year, and I would have loved to see this game at full strength. But I think Todd Bowles just has no answer for Sean McVay. Just gets the brakes beat off him every time he plays against McVay. So it's tough, man. Like they're just not. This coaching matchup is just killer for them. They have no answers for it. And honestly, I think they would have struggled against the 49ers too. Like just defensively, I just don't know if they're good enough. And I don't know if Bowles is good enough as Brady throws a 5-yarder to Evans for first down. Somebody on Twitter said best play Jalen Darden's made all day. Pretty accurate. And yeah, I mean, Josh Wells is back out there. He's on one leg. I mean, this is tough. Tyler Johnson's getting chucked around, thrown on the ground.
No, it's Nick Leverett out there.
Oh,
that was a play that Wells got injured on.
Oh my! And they're in 13 personnel right now to the Bucs. They just hard to have. You don't have a lot of answers. Brady throwing quickly. O.J. Howard makes the catch and slips by Ramsey for the first down. An O.J. Howard sighting.
I'll say Leverett did a pretty good job there.
1st and 10 for the Bucs from their 37. O.J. Howard hasn't caught a pass since like
1970.
It's been a while. Rams up 27-3 here. Third quarter, under 6 minutes to play, clock winding. Brady and the Bucs not moving with a lot of urgency, and they're down 24 points. Brady back to pass throws. Scotty Miller makes the catch. Tackled immediately. He's going to lose a couple yards. 2nd and 12. This is tough, man. You have receivers who can't get open and bottom. I mean, immediate losses on the offensive line. Like, this is a group that's been a pillar all year, but you can't play quarterback like this.
And this is part of the reason why that Washington loss is looking back on the season was such a killer. Because you would have finished with that bye. Last week would have never happened.
Right. Brady under pressure, steps up through pressure, finds Gronkowski down the left sideline. One man to beat is Ramsey, who trips him up at the 23 of the Rams. A 42-yard gain to Gronk. Brady had to step out of pressure again to find him, just like he did on the last 29-yarder to Gronk.
Weddling on the tackle.
Yeah, it's 1st and 10 for the Bucs at the Rams 23. Stepped up through a mess in the pocket. Nick Leverett had to shove his rusher wide and to find Gronk for the big gain.
Not out of it yet. Last game of the season, can't hold anything back.
Yeah. Here's Brady going under center, 1st and 10 from the Rams 23.
Pressure, Ramsey
Pressure
on the blitz.
Immediately. Again, Aaron Donald wins. Low throw. Evans
dig it out? Did he dig it out?
Can't dig it out.
Looks like no.
Incomplete. Brady can't step into throws. Can't do anything. I mean, it's immediate. Brady's getting the ball out immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to remember, Jensen's playing through 2 injuries. One's to his shoulder, but that is an immediate loss. I mean, you cannot win with that type of play from your offensive line.
Well,
it's just very, very difficult. Like, again, if we were talking about holding the ball or things like that, it'd be a different story. There's Brady back to pass, throwing.
Finds Evans.
Caught.
First down.
First down. First down.
I thought he limped for a second there, John. I was like, uh-oh. Out at the, what are they at, the 12-yard line now?
Yeah, 12-yard line. Can somebody other than Evans and Gronk make a play in this game? Something we have not seen.
Brady's come back from 17 once before. That was in the Super Bowl against Atlanta. So he's got an uphill battle now. Obviously, not much more than
24? Has he got 24? That was, 25 in the Super Bowl, right? 28-3. That might have been with more time left. I can't remember.
No, about the same amount.
About the same amount. 1st and 10, Brady. Now he's holding it for a little bit. Steps up, throws. He got hit low. What's going to be the call there? Is he got hit low?
Brady just looks at the ref and walks away because
Brady gets all
one more unsportsmanlike and he's out of the game. So yeah, keep your words to yourself, Brady.
Brady gets all the calls.
Fist pump there from Stafford to OBJ.
That looked like a dive lower leg right there.
Yeah, come on.
I mean,
that's egregious.
There's not a block there. He's not being blocked into him. Like, oh my goodness, they just ran the ball. What are we doing? They just ran the football? Byron, I've tried, buddy, but that is embarrassing. What are you doing, my guy? They haven't run the ball all game. That's just a horrific play call. What are you thinking?
Donald just powers through Smith and Marquette.
Here's 3rd and 11, Brady, from the 13 with like no space to work with down the field. Convert this.
Yeah.
Obviously,
and this
is 4-down territory.
Yeah, this is clearly 4-down territory.
Unbelievable. What a ridiculous play call. If you get sacked, though, you're in trouble spot. Here's Brady. Under pressure, throws middle of the field, incomplete. Hit as he threw. 4th and 11. So now, you have to go for it.
Yeah.
But 4th and 11, good luck. I mean, you can't kick a.
No.
Well, mean, it's 24, so you need.
Arians is throwing the field goal team out there.
It's 24, so you need. Yeah, I mean, it's 24, so I guess it doesn't matter. You have to get some points there. Suckup does hit the field goal. Now you need a splash play defensively, pretty much. It's not just Wirfs' absence. I mean, this is the worst this Bucs O-line has ever played. Like, ever, right? I mean, we've never seen this group play this badly. I mean, Brady's being hit immediately on every play. Like, there's I mean, this was kind of the worst fear, right? Like, there's just no, like, they've got no answer talent-wise up front. And I mean, honestly, I think the 49ers are going to run into the same problem. Like, you got no answer. I mean, Wirfs is part of it, but this isn't even just. I think you're muted, JC.
I think I am. Yeah. I was gonna say the Niners are banged up too. I mean, Deebo Samuel, Jimmy Garoppolo, both playing banged up. You saw George Kittle limp off the field. So I mean, NFL's getting their wish come true. Looks like possibly.
Yeah. No answer here. At 4th and 11, I know some people are going to be mad at Arians, but you're down 24 points. So your chances of converting a 4th and 11 are extremely small, especially in the red area where you have nowhere down the field to throw the football. And you need 24 points. Like, I mean, yeah, you could 3 touchdowns, 3 2-point conversions. I mean, that's just unlikely to happen. You haven't got the ball in the end zone all day. Now you're saying you got to get it in 6 times. I mean, again, like, it's either way, you're screwed.
Yeah, and you're already. I mean, you're asking your defense, even if you come up with a pick 6, now you're asking for 2 more stops and 2 offensive drive touchdowns at least. It's the way they've played. It's probably not going to happen. We've seen crazier things, but I'm ruling this. I love this commercial. I'm listening on mute, but I love it. I don't know if you're watching it. The Geico Western Saloon one.
Like, yeah, I don't know what it is, but
it's a duel at high noon. But it looks like they both have things, so they're trying to schedule it out. It's about Tuesday. I got dance class at 1, so can we try next Tuesday? It's a pretty good one. Winter X Games are on, so switch over to that once this game is over.
3 minutes left on the third quarter. 27-6 Rams lead. Bucs defense not only needs a stop here, but probably a splash play as well. Only way this one.
A turnover. You need a turnover.
Yeah, have to have a turnover, swing field position, something like that. Those have been kind of the
huge
the only
hit for
path.
These guys. Huge hit for these guys. Byron and Bowles that just interviewed. If this continues,
you got to be kidding me. Pinion did not just kick another ball.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he did.
Wow.
Like, I mean, a full team meltdown.
There's Green Bay Packers all over from last night. Special teams, offense, defense, all 3 phases. Coaching, 4 phases of the game. Just not good.
Like, there's no words for dude putting the ball out of bounds twice. Like, what are we even doing?
Any credence to these Brady rumors you're hearing?
I just see people completely speculating on. I think he's coming back. Kupp fumble scooped up by the Bucs. Sean Murphy Bunting picked it up. He's running with it. Got to hold on to it. Crossing the field. He ran all the way across the field. He's at the 30, but a Kupp fumble keeps the Bucs alive.
That's what you needed.
Unbelievable. This is so much like the Rams, the 27-24 game, except worse defensively. But Dean with the strip, Sean Murphy Bunting with the recovery. That was a pretty wild return by Murphy Bunting. He literally ran from one side of the field to the other, but only gained 10 yards going forward. Made everybody miss those. So it's like,
hey, 10 yards is an extra 10 yards with the way this offense has been moving down the field.
Still not sure the Bucs offense can actually put this ball in the end zone since they struggled to do it all day, but 30 yards away.
At least you have
can you keep Brady alive?
At least you have a downfield
Brady from
throw.
the shotgun. 5-man pressure coming. Pocket collapsing around and throws this one up for Gronkowski. You can't run underneath it.
It's too far.
And it's 2nd and 10 for the Bucs offense.
3 guys on him too. I mean, that's a ballsy
That
throw.
looked like Gronk had a shot though if he kept running.
Yeah.
I know people are going to say there was coverage there, but he had a step. I don't know why, if he lost the ball or that was a weird play.
Is Wells back in the game here?
Yeah, playing on one leg there.
They saw enough of Leverett. One series of Leverett was quick little shot to the ankle, and Wells is back in.
I mean, obviously you're in 4 down territory here.
Oh, of course.
But 2nd and 10, Brady back to pass, trying to screen to Gronk. That just wasn't there at all. They read it all the way. I don't mind the call at all.
It looked like a screen to Lenny at first, but he had nowhere to go, and then Donald was closing in, so Gronk was still right there. We'll see the replay.
This is a brutal offensive performance. I mean, Vaughn is just right there, dropped into coverage there. That's just tough. I mean, the Rams just kind of knew what was coming maybe, or just happened to be in position there. But either way, the Bucs are fourth and 9. I mean, even if it's 4th and 9, Brady back to pass, pressure up the gut, and incomplete for Gronk. Williams. Looked like they were not on the same page there either. Gronk was cutting inside. Brady wanted him to stop. 4th and 9, and got to make a play here.
This is a game right here.
Game, yep. 4th and 9's a tough spot.
It's not an easy one.
From the Rams' 29-yard line.
See, someone's got to make a splash play. Got it on defense. Got to have it on offense.
Brady from the shot.
Miller down bottom.
Can he get a pass off? Pressure coming around the outside. Finds Scotty Miller, who makes the catch and gets down at the 14. So 1st down. Scotty makes a play for 16 yards. And the Bucs have a 1st and 10 at the Rams 13.
Scotty does know.
Stay alive at the last second.
You gotta move though. You can't. You need to score too many points to let time run off this clock and wind down to the 4th quarter. You got to keep moving.
Right. And it's got to be quickly.
Yeah.
Scotty tackled inbounds there, obviously. I mean, well, that doesn't even matter at this point in the game, but
yeah, we still have a whole quarter to go.
Yeah. Here's Brady from the shotgun, moving Scotty Miller in motion. Brady, quick throw. Tyler Johnson has lots of space outside and not going to get there. He did catch the ball. That was a miracle in and of itself. Gets 3 yards on the play. 2nd and 7. Ball in the Rams 10. Bucs taking a lot of time. Got to get this ball in the end zone now.
Yep. Too much time. Tempo works for them. They're just not using it.
Yeah.
Surprised. I don't think we've seen John Brown at all today. You think with the struggles that some of these wide receivers have had, you throw whatever sticks.
Try
right?
something. Try something, man. Here's Brady from the shotgun. Back to pass, throws, caught by Tyler Johnson slips around a tackler, gets down to the 1-yard line. Good effort by Tyler Johnson there.
Wow.
Stepped up after the catch, and now he's banged up. Bucs already without 4 of their top 6 wide receivers. Johnson is down. He's going to have to come out.
Yeah, I should have.
So it's going to be Scotty, John Brown, and
Darden.
Or Jalen Darden. Is Darden ahead of Brown still? Tyler Johnson almost reached that ball out, and he probably would have fumbled it if he had.
According to reports, he got up and jogged off on his own.
So maybe just took a hard shot there in the back. But he's got to come out this play.
Exactly.
1st and goal from the 1, and do they try to run it?
Well, they're down right at the 1. It's not like they're at the half-yard line. So spot is at the half-yard line.
So could they sneak it? 19 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Johnson is going to jog off.
They need points here. There's no way around it.
Yep, and they need him quickly. Can't take 4 plays here and get into the 4th quarter.
No.
High formation. Cam Brate in front of Leonard Fournette. There's the handoff to Fournette off the right side, and he gets in. He gets into the end zone, touchdown Bucs, and so they'll have an opportunity with the extra point here to make it a 14-point game.
And that I don't know if you heard that in the background. Sorry.
I did. I did hear it. I love it. 13
yeah.
personnel there, and behind Howard and Brait.
Benny
Fournette
out
shouldered
there.
off a hit from Williams and scores. So 27-13 with the extra point here from Ryan Suckup. 12 seconds left in the third quarter.
And it's good. So 27-14. You got to come up with stops if you're the defense. That splash play is exactly what you needed.
A good start here, JC, would be not kicking the ball out of bounds.
John. yes. I think that goes without saying, but you do it twice in one game. What I think you need to say it at this point. So, but John, I had a blast coming out with this quarter for you. I've got to get back to writing this gamer. So guys, make sure you jump to Pewter Report after. We'll have the gamer up. We'll have the most impressive, most disappointing, which could be a rather long list. We'll have all sorts of, if there's any injuries, we'll get those taken care of as well. And then John will let you know when we're going to be back here on the pod. Hopefully it'll be a victory pod, but a long way to go if that's going to happen. But thanks for having me on here. Appreciate it. Appreciate all you guys watching, all the super chats. Stay tuned. If you haven't hit that thumbs up button, haven't subscribed, please do that now. But John, I'll see you after the game, my buddy.
All right. Sounds good, man. Thanks for jumping in here. Appreciate it. JC Allen, folks, on his way out, and we'll finish this game here. Bucs 27-13. Defense made a splash play. A couple seconds left in the third quarter. It's a 2-touchdown game. I mean, as rough as it's been and as hard as it is to imagine them going full length of the field, seeing crazier things happens. Defense has got to rise up and make a couple more plays, though. No question about it. And a good point by Jason. The missed field goal looms large. Yeah, it would be an 11-point game. It could have influenced other decision-making, though. I'd have to go back and think, but we do appreciate that super chat. And yeah, I mean, obviously when you miss points that you should make, I mean, that almost always comes back to haunt you, but I think also the third down drop by Brady in that situation too. But Bucs finally able to get on the board. The 4th and 9 conversion, the big play there, 16 yards to Scotty Miller. Brady over 200 yards passing, lots of incompletions, lots of drops in this one, obviously, but 3 for 72 to Gronk, 6 for 58 to Evans, 3 for 33 to Fournette, 3 for 19 to Scotty Miller, now 3 for 15 to Tyler Johnson, 1 for 7 to OJ Howard. And so Bucs are going to have to rise up defensively and continue to make stops. It's asking a lot, I know, because they haven't really been able to in this game, but Todd Bowles, can you put together a fourth quarter here to remember? That's what this one might come down to. So we'll see what happens here as the Rams get ready to take over offensively. They have not had much resistance today, but they have fumbled twice. That has been huge in this game. That has kept the Bucs within striking distance. Gave the Bucs short field for a touchdown and basically eliminated, took points, at least 3, probably a touchdown off the board for the Rams. They would have had a first and goal at the 1 on one fumble. So those 2 fumbles have been the reason that this one isn't really ugly. And Rams are ready for an onside. I don't think the Bucs are going to do that just yet, but Suckup sends this one down, Pinion sends this one down and does keep the ball in play. So 1st and 10 for the Rams from their own 25-yard line, and there's still a few seconds left in the third quarter of the quarter break very soon here. And the Bucs defense, can they get a play? Can they put together one of those wild stretches? $12 seconds left in the third. Rams want to try and get the ground game going, I'm sure. Stafford goes under center. Got 11 personnel out there. Going to bring Van Jefferson in motion. He'll hand off to Akers up the middle. Jordan White is right there. Drops him for a loss of 1. If the officials blow the play dead anyway. And so it'll be 2nd and 10, 2nd and 11 for the Rams. On the other side of the break. Forward progress is always a little bit of an adventure with officials. So Rams facing 2nd and long, coming back from the fourth quarter. Bucs defense, talked about it. Those turnovers have really been the only saving grace for them. Those 2 fumbles, Dean forcing the last one. And we'll see. It's interesting for the Rams. Cam Akers run 15 times for 27 yards in this game. Sony Michel does not have a carry. No other running back is a carry. I mean, you're averaging 1.8 yards a carry. It's not like you haven't tried it. You've run 15 times, and you've basically done whatever you wanted in the passing game. How conservative are you willing to get? I know you'd love to run the ball and get someone first down there, but it's going to be a very fascinating decision by the Rams what they want to do in terms of throwing the football, because they haven't run it at all and they've passed it at will. But obviously in this situation of 2 scores in the fourth quarter, you'd love to be able to run the football some. Bucs have done one good thing defensively. It's shut down the run. 1.8 yard per carry for Cam Akers. Wow. He had a 9-yard rush at 1.2. So the rest of those have been rough. Stafford, 24-31, 284 yards, 2 touchdowns. Was sacked 1 time by Vea. Bucs have not gotten that close to him, and that's going to be a factor here too. If the Rams are going to drop back and try to win it that way, can the pass rush make an impact play too? We know Stafford will give them away at times, but that's going to be, I'm sure the Rams 2nd and 10, we're about to face 2 straight passes if you're the Bucs if they don't get this first down on the next play. So how those plays play out, I think, is going to be very pivotal to whether this Bucs defense can put the team back in it or not. See if I can get some of the comments here from some of y'all. Stafford does throw INTs. Yes, I know. So we'll see. But I mean, in these situations, I'm sure he's a veteran. He's not like totally careless with the football, I feel like. Second and 10 for the Rams offense from their own 25-yard line. Start of the fourth quarter. Bucs trail by 2 touchdowns. Stafford from the shotgun. He takes the snap, drops back. 5-man rush for the Bucs. White gets through and gets a hit on him, and it is incomplete over the middle of the field. High and incomplete. And now it's 3rd and 10. Rams from their 25-yard line. Can the Bucs defense step up here? White did get through there. First he got blocked, then they left him, and he got through. So on 3rd and 10 now for the Rams from their 25-yard line. Stafford from the shotgun. Takes the snap, 5-man pressure. White does get free, throws incomplete. Higbee had to turn all the way around to catch it, and it went off his hands. And so now the Rams go 3 and out, and they'll punt back to the Bucs. 14:51 left in the fourth quarter. The Bucs offense is going to have a chance. Much as they've struggled today, the only touchdown of the day that the Bucs have had offensively has been on a short drive, 30 yards away from the end zone. And that took a 4th down conversion. So we'll see. Can they get the ball back and they get it rolling? Here's the punt away to Darden. Darden fields it. Lots of room to work with at his own 25, and he doesn't get hardly anything. 4-yard gain, and he's down injured. I mean, this guy is a brutal returner. And he's hurt, and it was a blow to the head, but Darden was falling already, so that's why it was a blow to the head. I know some Bucs players are saying, but this guy is a brutal watch as a returner. I mean, he is falling all over himself all the time. I mean, he's saying he got hit in the head, but it's because Darden is planning and trying to cut in just crazy ways. So now Darden down. And Tyler Johnson as well. We'll see if he's back in the game now. 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their own 30. Could have been a nice return from Darden if he's able to look like an NFL player. Sorry. 1st and 10 from the 30 for the Bucs offense, down 27-13. And that clock time not much time came off the clock for the Rams either, because they ran the ball on 1st down going to the quarter break. So there was only like 13 seconds there. And then they threw 2 straight incompletions. So only 9 seconds came off the clock. So that really a bad drive for the Rams. And you almost think if they would have thought about it, they should have passed on first down there since the clock was going to stop regardless of what they did. And no reason to think for them that they could run the ball in this game the way that it's gone. So Brady's going to get another shot. This is tough, though. I mean, Rams are going to be coming every single play. They're going to be coming, and we've already seen him barely survive. A lot of sacks in these situations can really set you back offensively. He's got to protect the football too, obviously, but 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their 30-yard line. Brady in this game, 19 to 37, 204 yards. Has not thrown a touchdown, but did throw the pick. It did not result in any points there near the end of the first half. Bucs have not really run it well at all, and you'd hope that the running game is out of the question unless they get in the goal line again. 10 carries for 35 yards for Fournette. No other back has carried the ball. Fournette does have 3 catches for 33 yards. Brady has 1 attempt for 0 yards, according to the stat book. Fourth-round pick, Jalen Darden. That's part of it, but they traded up for Jalen Darden. That's the other part. That's the part that stings a little bit. It is crazy how rough and how much he struggled. Bucs offense got to get it going now. Down 14. Pretty much every drive feels like it's do or die time, and you wonder how aggressive are they going to be in 4th down situations. All of that. All that stuff on the table right now. Can they find any chunk plays? Found a couple in this game, but Brady has not had time to hit many of those. And protecting him in this situation is going to be very tough. Here's Brady. Under center, Von Miller beats Donovan Smith, strip sacks Brady, Rams recover, game over. Donovan Smith beaten immediately on the play. And Rams have the ball, and that might be it. I mean, you can't lose immediately. I mean, there's no chance. He doesn't even have a chance to set up. At least give some resistance. What an embarrassment. Supposed to be one of the best offensive lines in football. What just happened? Stafford, the snap just went crazy. Jason Pierre-Paul picks it up, and the Bucs might have the ball again. I think they do. This game is absolutely out of control right now. What just happened on that snap? Stafford wasn't ready for it at all. Allen snapped it. Everybody else was ready, though. Everybody else on the team went. I don't know what they heard. That was bizarre. This game is crazy now. Bucs are going to have another shot offensively. Can they protect Brady? That's going to be the key. They're talking to Brian Allen, the center. You see that once, twice a season, maybe. But in those situations, it's usually the center that's off. But it looked like everybody went there except Stafford. Brady back to pass. Is protected. Throws middle of the field. Gronkowski has it. 13 yards, and they're down to the Rams 32. So good first play to get things going a little bit. 1st and 10 at the Rams 32-yard line. Can they protect Brady? That's been the adventure all game long for this O-line. Stafford is frustrated with whatever communication error happened there, obviously. Scotty Miller, Mike Evans, 2 tight ends out there for the Bucs. Brady back to pass, pressure coming, throws, got Fournette out in the flat, going to run through a tackle and pick up 5 or 6. So 2nd and 4 or 5 coming up here. Bucs down 14. 3rd and 5 for the Bucs at the Rams 27. Or sorry, 2nd and 5, excuse me. Brady from the shotgun brings Brady in motion. It's 13 personnel. Bucs don't have enough wide receivers to finish. Throw for Gronkowski's broken up by Nick Scott. 3rd and 5 coming up for the Bucs offense. Obviously 4 down territory. The Bucs have to work from 13 personnel because I think Darden and Tyler Johnson are both still out. They don't have enough receivers right now to finish the game. And John Brown must be like decoy. I don't even know. Because technically they have 3. Great play by Nick Scott. Third and 5, Brady from the shotgun, back to pass. Donovan Smith run right through. Josh Wells run right through. Brady sacked. Absolutely no chance, and Brady's down. We'll see if he's just taking a second, but it's 4th and 14. Both tackles just absolutely destroyed on this play. Von Miller took Donovan Smith right back into Brady's lap, and on the other side, Leonard Floyd destroyed Josh Wells with a swim move, and it's Floyd who will get the sack, I believe. Just absolutely no chance for Brady, man. 4th and 14, and now the Bucs have their work cut out for them. Here's Brady from the shotgun. Back to pass, looking deep down the field, firing to Mike Evans, incomplete, and he gets dropped by Eric Weddle. Unbelievably dumb play. Weddle with a shot to the head of Evans. Incredible. Is it after the play? Is it Rams ball? I don't know in those situations. I know that what a super dumb play by a really veteran player, but I think it's still Rams ball because it's after the play. Is it? I don't know what that call is. They can't pick it up, no, but I think they're discussing when the penalty occurs. Yeah, I think it's still Rams ball. Yeah, I think the Rams still going to have the ball. So brutal stuff from the Bucs offense. But again, this O-line never gave him a shot today. Oh, man, that's a cheap shot. But that is going to be after the play, so Rams will take over. And at this point, I'm out of trying to describe how this game's going to end, but obviously Bucs offense, it doesn't seem like it matters how many chances they get if you can't protect your quarterback for even a second. Unbelievable how fast and how poorly they've played. How fast they've lost is definitely the craziest thing. It's one thing to me, if you knew it was going to be a tough game. You knew it was going to be hard to find time all game, but to lose as quickly as they've lost on some of these plays, that's no resistance. That's impossible to play with, especially when you're dropping back every play. But yeah, they never gave him a shot today. I mean, there's no chance. The worst 2 games of the season came in the playoffs. That sucks. That's tough for that group because they had an unbelievable season. But lots and lots of opportunities because of the Rams' miscues has kept them alive, but the Bucs just offensively have just been able to generate so little because of how many sacks, but also how many times Brady's been hit as he throws, and all those opportunities have made it really, really tough for the Bucs to get anything consistent going offensively. When you can't protect your quarterback, it doesn't even really matter who it is. People will say, "Oh, scramblers." Nah, like look at some of the ways the Dolphins and other teams play Lamar Jackson. When you can't protect, you really don't have much of a shot, especially if you can't protect for even an instant. And that's just where the Bucs have been at in this game. Still lots of time left in the game, 12-22, but you need a lot of bounces to keep going your way. You need this absurd trend of luck to continue bouncing in your way. It's asking a lot. So that hit by Weddle just backs the Rams offense up from where they're starting at this point. So it's a handoff, missed tackle at the line of scrimmage, and Akers is going to fall forward for 3 yards. They had him for 0. Now it's 2nd and 7 for the Rams from their own 25. Trying to run some clock, of course. They've not been able to kill any clock. Brady tried to throw that one back shoulder for Evans, by the way. It seemed like Evans realized it late that was going to happen. Man, it's amazing Evans is not in protocol after that hit. That was right to the chin, helmet to chin. I mean, that was a knockout blow. Can't believe he got right back up. Here's the Rams from their own 25. Stafford, handoff, Van Jefferson around the left side. He's got plenty of space. He's going to get knocked out of bounds after a 15-yard gain, it looks like. So 1st and 10 for the Rams on their own 40. Clock is winding now, under 11:30 to play. Yeah, Devin White couldn't find that football. Couldn't get through the trash once he found it. That's how the Rams going to have to win. I was actually thinking that in the last drive. They've got to find a way to get outside and run with some jets and things like that because they want to run clock, but running up the middle, it's been tough. Trying to run the clock down on every play. Here's a handoff. Akers, Vea hits him. He spins for about 3 maybe. 2nd and 7 for the Rams offense from the 43, from their own 43-yard line. Defense got to get a stop pretty quick if they want to give the offense another shot here. 2nd and 7. Clock is under 10:38 and counting to play in this one. And the Rams finally get the run game going a little bit. Stafford under center. Changing some things again at the line of scrimmage. He's done that a lot in this game. Here's Akers cutting back over pursuit there, and Barrett drops him, but Akers has the first down, 8-yard gain. So 1st and 10 from the 49 for the Rams. 49 of the Bucs. Under 10 minutes to play now. And Bucs defense seeing it wilt away if they can't get a stop here soon. Rams from the Bucs territory for the first time in a while, right? Well, except for the turnover on downs there, I guess. But Stafford, play action, throws. Van Jefferson cuts back. Murphy Bunting just missed another tackle, and this one might be the game sealer. had a chance to hold that to a minimal gain, and instead it's an 18-yarder for Van Jefferson, and Sean Murphy-Bunting has been atrocious. Bucs are going to go into this offseason with some – I think Dean and Davis are their corners, but what they do with Murphy-Bunting is going to be – they like him as a person, obviously, but he is a bad football player. There is no way around it. He's not a good football player. And they've had 3 years to see this now. It's a handoff backfield, and Joe Trine-Shoyinka is going to make the tackle for loss. But first, Nelson and Rakeem Nunez-Roches snowed over the Rams' offensive line, and so it's 2nd and 13 now at the 34. Rams just outside field goal range, maybe, or just right around field goal range at this point, trying to make it a 17-point game at the very least. Let's see what Stafford can do. Hands off, bouncing outside Akers. Whitehead missed him, but they bring him down pretty quickly after that. Nunez-Roches after a gain of 2, so 3rd and 11. 3rd and 11 here for the Bucs defense. Just outside field goal range. This is a tough call defensively because you'd love to make a mistake happen here. You don't want to give up the 3rd down, though, by being too risky. But they're right around field goal range, so you even give up 5 yards here, and it's probably a pretty easy kick. Third and 11, Stafford going under center. Bringing Jefferson in motion, handoff, and they're going to whistle and blow this dead. Timeout by the Rams. So Murphy-Bunting, man, struggling. I see all in the chat, chatting it out. I don't know what to say. I've been kind of on this kick since last year. The interceptions helped keep him alive in some people's mind, I think, the interceptions in last year's postseason run. But he has just not been a good football player for this team. Man, frankly, neither is Devin White. And just those are the biggest reasons why when they struggle defensively, it's usually those guys and their issues. Talk about a lot of this in the Pewter Post-Game podcast today. Pewter Post-Game podcast is coming later today. Pewter Post-Game show will be on around after the second game ends, after Chiefs-Bills ends. So it'll be tonight, but it won't be too late. We'll see what time that game wraps up. My guess is somewhere around 10. Between 9:30 and 10 would be my guess for the Pewter Post-Game show. Here's Stafford just going to hand off in the backfield, but couldn't get him down. It's a 5-yard gain for Sony Michel on his first carry of the game, I believe. Is that Akers? No, that's Michel. So that'll be enough to attempt a field goal here. 4th and 8 from the Bucs 29. And so Gay can make this a 17-point game with a field goal here and essentially end any hope that the Bucs have. (27-13). Clock winds, by the way, now under 7 minutes to play, 6:38 and counting to play. 47-yard attempt for Gay, who kicks it up and missed it. He missed it? It looked like he hit it. He missed the field goal. Wow. So it's 1st and 10 for the Bucs at their own 37-yard line. Looked like that was good. Rams got conservative there. He missed it short. That's why it looked like it was – he didn't kick it long enough. It was online. That's wild. That's wild. Matt Gay's struggles in Raymond James have been noted before, but yeah, that's definitely not expected there. So the Bucs offense getting in another shot at this. 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. They've gotten a lot of shots at it, but it's really just resulted in more hits on Brady so far for the most part. They need a splash play down the field. That's what they need. First and 10 from their own 37-yard line. Brady in this game, 222 yards, 21 of 41, hasn't thrown a touchdown, has dodged a bunch of sacks and thrown the ball to avoid multiple other sacks, but has also been sacked 3 times. He has been under siege constantly. And he has been in tough down and distances and in pass obvious situations all game. I don't think the Bucs have enough wideouts right now. They had to go 13 personnel in some pretty key downs last time, or they would just rather play with 3 tight ends because John Brown doesn't know enough. Darden got hurt. Tyler Johnson got hurt. So now, I mean, he's finishing the game with one of his top 6 wide receivers from the season. So we'll see if Johnson's backing out. I don't think Johnson was out there. Trying to remember if Johnson was out there to end that last drive. Did anybody see Tyler Johnson end that last drive? Or has anybody said an update on Tyler Johnson? Rams have certainly left the door open, man, but it's been rough. Rams have had a sloppy second half. No question about that. Missed kick and 2 fumbles. Gave the Bucs short fields and short opportunities, but Bucs offense just hasn't been able to put anything consistent together. Rams can be a tale of 2 teams too, and some people are talking about that 49ers game if it happens already. Here's Brady back to pass, screen to Fournette, and good blocking in front of him. He's going to get 9 yards. And so Bucs got to move with some speed here now. Got to move with plenty of urgency. 2nd and 1 at their own 46. Got to move the ball quickly. Brady from the shotgun. Takes the snap. Rams rushing 5. He throws quickly. Evans slides down and makes the catch. 1st and 10 at the Rams 48. Clock now under 6 minutes to play. When do they look for a chunk play, and can they get a chunk play off? That's going to be the other question. Brady back to pass, throws downfield to Evans, and now flag comes in on Darius Williams. It looks like it's going to be pass interference. He was grabbing Evans there, it looked like, and that one's going to be thrown at the Rams' 32-yard line. So Williams, Evans pushing him too, but Williams had him wrapped around with both arms. So 1st and 10 at the Rams' 32-yard line now. Evans is only pushing there to try and get free. And the question continues, can Brady be protected? Brady back to pass, low snap to, and around the edge comes Von Miller. Is that what's that? Incompletion? I think it is an incompletion. Brady barely, he is throwing immediately, and it just doesn't matter. There is just no chance. He can't be any higher in the pocket either. Like, that's the other thing. He's playing so deep in the pocket. You're talking about totally whiffing. Like, guys they're not even getting a piece of these guys every single snap. And they can't help them that much because they're in all these pass obvious situations. They need options in the passing game. Here's a quick throw to Fournette, who tries to cut it back totally inexplicably there. Not a good play by Fournette. Should have followed his blocking. He gets 4 yards, but he could have gotten more. 3rd and 6 now from the Rams 28. Obviously 2 down territory, but the clock or 4 down territory, but the clock becomes a factor now too, because the clock is about to get under 5 minutes to play, and Bucs, they're moving fast, but not fast enough now in this situation. They got to be a lot quicker. Under 5 minutes. Brady back to pass. Pressure coming. Fournette has to in the flat. Von Miller was unblocked off the edge. Brady has to go hot and long, drops Fournette for a loss of 3. 4th and 9 coming up from the Rams 31. Von Miller's unblocked off the edge. Oh my goodness. What are we doing, fellas? Brady's got no choice. This is absurd. What a joke. a protection nightmare. I mean, this is everything you – here's Brady back to pass, 4th and 9. Actually has time, throws middle of the field, incomplete. And that'll be the ball game, folks. Rams will take over at their own 31-yard line. Unbelievable. I mean, they're trying to finish the game with multiple tight ends on the field. Who is it? Scotty, Brait, Gronk, Fournette, and nobody's open. People say Scotty's open. No, zone defenders in front of him there. Check it on the replay. And that'll be all she wrote for the Bucs season, folks. Trying to get the holding call maybe on Brait there. You can see zone defenders 32. Weddle is that player trying to play in that space. And the Bucs 27-13, Rams with 4:26 to go to run things out. Akers going to work his way through the line of scrimmage for a gain of 4. 2nd and 6 for the 35 now. That's going to go down as one of the all-time worst pass protection games I've ever seen. It's not even about how many times you get your quarterback hit. It's as they show this replay, it's how many times he's hit immediately. First move wins, immediate pressure. Those are the ways that you can't win. Donald with 7 himself, and that's with him getting the extra attention. Von Miller's honestly been a huge factor in this game. Just no shot. Akers in the backfield, spinning, going to be dropped for a loss of 1 by Golston. One of the best offensive lines in the league, but man, they are just getting destroyed today. And I know there's no Wirfs and Jensen's playing with multiple injuries, but it's been pretty embarrassing. Rams front is unbelievable, though. And it's probably going to get them to a Super Bowl, in my opinion. Winfield comes up, drops Michelle for a loss of a couple. And it's going to be 4th down, 4:07 left on the clock. So many chances for the offense. Jalen Darden's got a concussion. He's out. Have not seen Tyler Johnson return. I don't know if anyone saw it and I missed it in the chat. A lot of chances, though. I mean, whether it's defense playing well or just the Rams playing horrible, missing the snap, obviously, the fumble by Kupp, and then the missed field goal, all gave the Bucs offense tons of second half chances. You just see how it is. I mean, Raymond says you have to go down with max protect. I don't know that it's going to help. I mean, that's how bad it's been. The Rams are just going to commit more blitzers then in that situation. And you don't have anybody that can get open. So either way, you're talking about a huge challenge. Rams punt it. Giovanni Bernard almost fumbled the punt return. Now he gets knocked down at the 22. So no return for Bernard. And the Bucs offense comes back out. 3:56 left on the clock. Rams are going to be upset with the way they finished this game on offense, I'm sure, but defensively, it's just been whatever they wanted. Brady working from the shotgun. Gonna have to take some shots at some point. Steps up through the pressure now and throws. Scotty Miller along the sideline makes a good contested catch against Darius Williams. Good play by Scotty Miller for 19 yards. First down to the 44. Good tough catch by Miller on the sideline. Brady put it on him. Brady from the shotgun again. Interior pressure, looked like a hold there. We'll see if they call it. Fournette trying to shrug off a tackler, gets a couple. And now it's 2nd and 7. Brady from the shotgun, back to pass. Rams got a bad get off there. Brady's going deep down the field. Mike Evans is down there. Beat Jalen Ramsey. Touchdown. Unbelievable. The Bucs are staying alive somehow. Evans beat Ramsey, and the Bucs need an extra point to be down 27-20 with 3:20 left in the game. The Bucs have no timeouts, though, so you were still probably looking at a onside kick situation here maybe, but a 55-yarder from Brady to Evans beat Ramsey down the field, and a perfect ball from Tom Brady. Suck up for the extra point. And he nails it straight down the middle, and it's 27-20 now. All the opportunities they've had offensively. Rams pass rush finally looked tired there. Unbelievable. What a great throw. Ramsey, I'm not sure what he's doing there. 27-20, and now what do? They extra point. I mean, you have the 2-minute warning, but they can run a lot of clock down, and you still need a touchdown. You have moved the ball all day. I mean, you don't have any timeouts left. Ramsey just couldn't find the football down there. That was crazy. He wasn't even he just lost it at the end. Evans just tracked it. Brady put a perfect ball on him. What a throw. And they're kicking it deep. Wow. They're kicking it deep and putting it in play. So they drop them down at the 19-yard line. That's where the Rams are going to start. And the Bucs are out of timeouts. So I don't know about this strategy. I'm trying to do the math in my head quickly, but they already used their timeout. So this is going to be really hard to get the ball back with hardly any time. They basically they can't give up a first down, and they've given up a lot of them today. Rams have 22 first downs in this game. Defense got to make a play. 1st and 10, 3:15 left on the clock. Bucs have no timeouts. They can't stop it, though. So Rams obviously want to run it on 1st and 2nd down. Barrett trying to get held. He makes the play. He almost got held on that play, but it's a 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7 for the Rams from their own 23-yard line. Can the Bucs defense get a stop? Second and 7. Stafford under center. Going to move in. Jefferson in motion. Stafford hands off. Is that Akers? Fumble! Ball's out. Bucs have it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Bucs have the ball at the 30-yard line. The Rams. It's 27-20. 2:25 left in the game. And the Rams just fumbled again. For the 4th time in this game, they fumbled. Sue ripped it out with one arm. Levante David pounces on it, and the Bucs have a 1st and 10 from the Rams 30. Now can they protect Brady? This game is absolutely bananas. Levante David recovered, and Ndamukong Suh forced the fumble. And now the Bucs are 30 yards away. Brady from the shotgun, 4-man rush coming. Brady throws quickly, caught by Fournette. Defender on his back pushes him out of bounds, but clock's going to continue to run here. Will they run it down to the 2-minute warning? Or will they try to get off another play here? Demetrius, $5 super chat, bruh. Brady, and they're going to say 2-minute warning before they could get the snap off. This is an absolutely crazy game right now. 2nd and 5 from the 25-yard line coming up here. Two-minute warning. Brady with the touchdown pass to Evans went over 300 yards, 320 yards passing in this game now. Evans 8 for 119, but it's all for naught unless they can find a way to score on a 30-yard field here. Need a touchdown. Joshua Porter, hey, John, how many times have we said this game was over? An incredible amount of times. 4 fumbles. How many times have 4 fumbles been lost in an NFL game? I remember that. Akers again, the snap, and Kupp, 4 fumbles and a missed field goal. And it's all for naught unless the Bucs can find a way here. Even with short fields, they've struggled to get the ball in the end zone. They've struggled to move the football consistently. Can Brady and the offense step up? He's going to be getting the ball out quick. Who can make a play here with 2 minutes left in this game? An incredible effort from these guys either way to try and bounce back from an ugly start. A lot of mistakes by the Rams down the stretch. Can the Bucs capitalize? This might be the longest commercial break of all time. I don't think I'm alone in feeling that. Second and 5 for the offense from the 25. This is the longest commercial break of all time, right? Like, there's never been a longer commercial break than this, right? Maybe some of you are ahead of me. I don't know. Thank you. Thank you, Jason, for confirming this is the longest break in the history of commercials. So out of the 2-minute warning, what do the Bucs do here? They may need all these 2 minutes. Handoff to Leonard Fournette, who runs for 4 yards. They need a touchdown. They know this, right? Like, the clock is a factor here. What are they doing? Brady from the shotgun. Hands off again to Fournette. He runs up the middle and gets the first down. But what are you doing? You might need all this time. It's taking you forever to get even to where you've gotten. First and 10 now at the Rams' 18-yard line. Back-to-back runs. Brady back to pass. 4-man rush coming. Throws. Evans. He fell down. He fell down. 2nd and 10 coming up. Bucs need a play from a receiver. 1:15 left. Oh, Evans fell down. That could have been picked because he fell down. 2nd and 10 now. 1:15 left. Brady back to pass. Pressure in his face. Throws for Evans in the end zone. Incomplete. Double coverage there. And 3rd and 10 now. Tough spot to be in for the Bucs. Pass rush teeing off. Everybody's heart's pounding out their chest. Brady over the middle. Brady first down. 1st and goal at the 8. Brady over the middle of the field from Brady. Clock is at 53 seconds and counting. 1st and goal at the 8. And Rams are taking a timeout. 1st and goal from the 8. Did they not call that a first down? They didn't call that a first down from Brady? They need to review that then, right? That looked like a clear first to me. That is a clear as day first down. Are they reviewing that? Where's the ball? His knees hit. Yeah, that last view didn't. That last view didn't show it well. I mean, last view is behind him, so yeah, it's going to look like it. But from right down the line, that looks like a first down. I don't know how that could be. If it's 4th and 1, is it a sneak? That's a first down. Trying to figure out. What did they call? I mean, that looked like a first down. But you got to have a play ready. You got to sneak it and then have a play ready for first down here if they're not going to overturn this. You got to be ready for 2 different things here. Ruling on the field is going to stand. That looked like a first down to me, man. Fourth and inches here. Arians wants to know how far away he is, but Bucs down 7, 46 seconds left in the game. No timeouts for the Bucs. So if they run it, they've got to move fairly quickly here. And there's still time for the Rams and a timeout too. There's something first you just got to get this one. Here's Fournette off the right side. Touchdown. Unbelievable. He scores untouched basically. Oh my goodness. The Bucs are an extra point away from tying this game. Or will they go for 2 in the lead? They are going to kick it. The Rams have time here, 42 seconds. Unbelievable that this is even at this point where it's a tie. Here's the extra point by Suckup, up and good, and the Bucs have tied it 27-27. There's 42 seconds left, and the Rams have a timeout left. This is one of the weirdest games of all time. Fournette off the right side, just waltzing in. Some seconds left. And the Rams are going to have a shot here offensively. And what will Pinion do? Pinion has to keep this kickoff in bounds here. This is crazy. Jason, how about that missed field goal with the $5 super chat? Appreciate it, Jason. Yeah, how about that missed field goal? Unbelievable. Now the defense has to stand up and make a stop here, though. And can Pinion's kickoff be true? And it is out of the end zone, so Pinion doesn't hurt them there. And now Stafford will have about 40 seconds here to try and get the Rams in position for a Matt Gay field goal. Can the Bucs defense make a play? Suckup and Gay both missed field goals, as people in the chat are pointing out here. But the Rams have fumbled 4 times from the second to last play of the first half. They have fumbled 4 different times. Here's Stafford from the shotgun. Stafford tried to run it, and he's going to be tackled. Did he fumble? He fumbled but recovered it. Unbelievable. That looked like a quarterback draw with how quickly he decided to run there. And now the Rams stop it with 31 seconds left. Stafford was down, I think, when he fumbled. So that stadium, you're right. That stadium, Josh Porter, has to be absolutely nuts right now. Second and 11 for the Rams from their own 24. Can't give up any no-blown coverages, no anything like that. Got to be able to make plays here. Finish this game. Finish this half. Get to overtime. Second and 11 for Stafford from the 24. Rams have no timeouts now. Back to pass. 4-man rush. All day. Throws. Kupp wide open, and he knocks him down at the Rams 44, and Kupp got out of bounds. So the clock is going to be stopped there. Rams with 28 seconds to go, their own 44-yard line. And Stafford's back to pass. Bulls just sent the house, and they left Kupp one-on-one. Huge play down the field to the 12-yard line of the Bucs. And the Rams are going to get on the ball and spike it and kick a chip shot field goal here. An unbelievable defensive meltdown by Tampa Bay. And Stafford and the Rams offense are going to have a chip shot field goal here to win the game. Bulls sent the house for absolutely no reason at all. They were fine. They were absolutely fine. Sent the house, and Winfield let Kupp run right by him. The first play, Winfield, big plays let up all season long. Have no idea what Todd Bowles is thinking there. Just no clue. That's fireable type of stuff, man. What an absolutely abysmal call. And the Rams chip shot field goal is good, and they are going to the NFC Championship game, and the Bucs season is over. After all that, what an unbelievable call by Todd Bowles. Just terrible. Sent the house for absolutely no reason. Cooper Kupp, the Buck killer. 183 yards. An amazing comeback by the Bucs, but Todd Bowles clowns it up once again. Cannot beat these guys. Rams handed it to him on a platter. 4 fumbles. He still couldn't get it done. Brutal. Brutal way to have your season end. Obviously a great throw by Stafford, but sending the house like that in that situation is one of the worst calls you'll ever see. That's how he rolls. Live by the sword, die by the sword, and he died by it. No question about that. Bucs lose 30-27 to the Rams after coming all the way back to tie it. The defense blows it. And the Bucs season is over, and we'll see about Tom Brady's career. Now, I think he's coming back for another year. But what an unbelievable comeback Brady led there, and it falls short in the end because of the defense. Miserable. Appreciate all the super chats. Appreciate everybody jumping in here. The post-game podcast will be up tonight. Tonight we'll probably be going live between 9:30 and 10. And yeah, you can look for the new stream going to be coming out on YouTube. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you can hit the thumbs up as well, hit the thumbs up. Give us the thumbs up. That helps boost our YouTube SEO, helps bring more people in. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Pewter Report TV. Subscribe to the podcast. We appreciate everybody jumping in here. Bucs lose 30-27. Their season is over. We'll have more breaking down on the post-game podcast later tonight. And check out pewterreport.com because you're going to see lots of post-game content going up at pewterreport.com after this game. Lots of content going up there. Most impressive, most disappointing, all of it. It's going to be up there. So make sure you check that out. Appreciate all y'all. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you again next time on another Pewter Report podcast.